A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we take you out to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills.
Mr. Benny sure is taking a lot of violin lessons lately. He's going to play a solo when he opens at the Palladium in London next month. I guess this is how he says for all the English pictures we see on television. Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Song, stage, screen, radio, television, and any other profitable enterprise. Yes, Mr. Benny's here, but I can't disturb him now. He's in the next room taking a violin lesson. Yes, sir, I'll give him the message. Goodbye. I wonder why I hear music and it's out of tune. I'm so glad I'm in the other room.
Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Rochester, Professor LeBlanc, my violin teacher, is thirsty, and he'd like something to drink before we continue the lesson.
Certainly. What would you like, Professor?
It's just some water, and please bring it in a paper cup. Why not a glass? I do not want to be tempted to break it and cut my wrist. Get him the water, Rochester. By the way, didn't I hear the phone ring a minute ago?
It was the man from the Travel Bureau calling about your reservation on the Queen Elizabeth. He'd like to know if you want to sail first class or second class.
Well, how did I go last time?
I wrapped you up and you went as a bundle from Britain.
From Britain?
For Britain.
Never mind. I'll call the Travel Bureau myself, Roger.
Okay.
And now, Mr. Benny, please to play the exercises again. But, Professor LeBlanc, I've been playing the exercises so much. Can I play something else? Mr. Benny, I am only a French violin teacher. I do not know your language too well, but this much I do know. May you play something else? Yes. Can you play something else? No. But, Professor, I'm supposed to open at the Palladium in London in 3 weeks. I want to rehearse the piece I'm going to play there. What piece is that? Well, I've been saving this as a surprise for you. It's a song I wrote. Listen to the melody. Wait, Mr. Benny. Huh? One cannot judge a song by the music alone. Let me hear the words. Or the words? Okay, certainly. When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to forgive you, Mr. Benny, huh? This song of yours, it is supposed to be a romantic ballad? Yes. Well, perhaps I can help you with the lyrics. You see, French is the language of lovers. The lyrics might sound better that way. Oh, yeah, I never thought of that. Well, how would it go, then? Listen. Quand vous dites au pardonne-moi, je reviendrai à toi. Quand vous demandez mon pardon, je vous donne. Quand l'oiseau... No, even in French it stinks. It does not.
Here's your water, Professor.
Thank you.
Say, boss, your captain's in the next room waiting for you.
Oh, are they all here?
All except Mr. Harris.
Well, I better go in and talk to them. Will you excuse me a few minutes, Professor? Gladly. Rochester, make the professor comfortable while I'm gone. Get him some more water if he wants it.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack. Oh, hello, kid. Hey, where's Dennis?
He stepped in the next room to use the phone. He wants to find out about his passport.
What passport? Well, Dennis is going to England with me. He's appearing in my act at the Palladium in London. Oh. Say, Jack, how come you've never taken me to England? Well, it's a matter of transportation expenses, Don. Transportation? Yes, I've checked. And it would be cheaper to bring England over here to you. Anyway, ever since I told Dennis he's going to London with me, he's been driving me nuts trying to talk like an Englishman. That kid doesn't know when. Come in. Hiya, gang. Hello, Lizzie.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Phil. Hey, Jackson, I hope you don't mind. I brought Remley with me. Oh, not at all, Phil. Just put him down there on the couch. He'll be all right. Hey, what'd you call us over here for, Jackson? Well, Phil, you see, Oh, hello, kid.
Anyone for dinner?
Look, Dennis.
Oh, I say, old thing. Lovely weather we're having, eh? What, eh?
Hi. What's with him?
Cheerio, Philip. Care to join me in a spot to see?
Better get the syrup, Livy. The boys flipped these stacks. Dennis, why don't...
Let's not tarry too long. I'm taking natives to the cricket matches. Hit.
Now, cut that out.
Yes, sir. Jack, you still haven't told us. Why did you ask us to come over here?
Well, you see, it's getting close to the end of school, and the Beverly Hills Beavers asked me if we could come over to their auditorium and put on a little entertainment. So I thought it would be nice if... Dennis, what are you doing with the phone?
I'm calling the police. There's a dead body here.
That's Remley. Phil? Yeah? You better feel Frankie's pulse. Maybe Dennis is right. Nah, he's okay. What do you mean, okay? Look at Remley's face. I never saw such a color. It looks plaid. That's right. I had him painted. Painted? If I got to go around carrying him over my arm, I want people to think he's an overcoat. Well, then hang him in the hall. Don't throw him on the couch. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Oh, what an orchestra Phil has. A piano player who wears gloves so he won't leave fingerprints. An electric guitar that makes ice cubes. And a drummer whose bald head lights up and says, I like ice.
You're not kidding, Mary. Now, kids, I told you, I promised the Beavers we would help them put on a show in their school auditorium. We'll give them some music. You know, some songs. Oh, Jack, will you let me sing for the kids? You? Why, Don, you're not known as a singer. You're an announcer. But, Jack, I have a very good voice. Listen. Some enchanted evening, Don. You may see a stranger. Don. You may see a stranger across a crowded room. Don. Taxio Pinza. We don't need that. We'll have Dennis sing a song. Dennis, would you like to sing a song for the Beavers when we get to the auditorium?
Oh, Robert.
Oh, stop!
Jack, what will the rest of us do over there?
Hey, wait a minute. I got a great idea. Why don't we put on a play about a story I read last night? What story is that? Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
Phil, you read Goldilocks and the Three Bears?
Yeah, it's got a lot of suspense in it. You see this little old blonde dame goes through the woods with a basket full of devo. Look, we know what it's about. Phil, we know what it's about, but Phil, don't you think reading Goldilocks and the Three Bears is a sign of juvenility? Oh, I wouldn't say that. Why not? Because I can't pronounce it. Can't pronounce it. Phil, I don't know how you get by with such a limited vocabulary. All you know are one-syllable words.
Jack, he hasn't done so bad with one-syllable words.
What do you mean?
12 years ago, he said, I do, and got Alice and half of Encino.
Now, just a second, Libby. People are always inferring that I owe my success to Alice, and it ain't true. I started years ago. I formed an orchestra. I worked hard with them. They were loyal, talented, hard-working boys. And it hurts me when anybody...
Phil.
What?
Your overcoat fell off the couch.
Yeah, put them back on. Okay. Answer that, will you, Don? Oh, sure, Jack. Hello? Yes, she's here. Hold a while. I'll call her. Mary, it's for you.
Oh, thanks, Don. Hello? No, this is not our live show. Well, we do our live show on June 1st. What? All right, fine. I'll see you on June the 2nd. Goodbye.
Mary, who was that?
The employment manager of the May Company.
Well, anyway, when we get to the order...
Just hold a minute. Libby, you mean the minute we get off the air, you're going to work for the May Company?
Yes, I'm lucky. You've heard me talk about Blanche, the girls who are at the lingerie counter.
We?
Well... Well, I'm the summer replacement.
Well, that joke was shot. Come in.
Hello, everybody.
Why, Miss McNichol.
Excuse my intrusion, Mr. Denny, but could you please give me a couple tickets to your television show next Sunday?
Oh, certainly. Here you are.
Thank you.
Mr. Kitzel, I haven't seen you for quite a while.
Well, I was out of town for 2 weeks. I just got back yesterday.
Oh, were you away on a business trip?
No. To you, I can tell the truth. To my wife, I have to say I went on business. But you know, I really went to our lodge convention, the Lions in Chicago.
Oh. Oh, are you a lion?
At the convention, I'm a lion. At home, I'm a mouse.
Mr. Kitzel, are you that henpecked?
Am I henpecked? My wife runs my house, she runs my business, she handles my money, she gives the order.
Oh, then your wife really wears the pants in your family.
Yes, and I bet she'd stop already if she could see how she looks from the back.
Mr. Kitzel, did you have a good time at the convention?
We had fun. Last night we had a big banquet and everybody was toasting everybody else with drinks. So many toasts.
Toast. Did you get a little high?
Yes, and did I committed a boner? 3 times I danced with the lodge president's wife.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He was dancing with her, too.
Oh.
Well, I got to be running along, and thank you very much for the ticket. And you know I'll be watching you next, Mr. Denny.
Yes?
On this house.
Frank Remley.
You there from New Year's Eve?
No, he's been home since then.
Oh, well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel. Now, kids, getting back to the show we're going to do for the Beavers, I'll play my violin, and Phil, I want your orchestra to accompany me.
Yeah, they'll be there, Jackson.
I know they'll be there, but Phil, these kids have delicate eardrums. So I want to talk to you about your brass section.
You mean my 6 convicts?
Yes. Tell them to play a little softer, that's all. Well, kids, that's all I called you over to tell you. Be at the school auditorium at 2 tomorrow. I'll have the script ready.
Well, Jack, you know, we still have one more radio show to do.
I know.
Well, you haven't heard the song the Sportsman Quartet are prepared for that show.
No, I haven't. Are they here?
Oh, yes, Jack. They're in the other room. Oh, fellas! Come on in. Jack wants to hear your song.
Yes, boys. Now, Don, what kind of a number have they prepared?
Well, Jack, people will soon be going to the beach and other resorts on their vacation, so the boys thought they'd sing a song appropriate to that.
All right, let's hear it, fellas.
By the stream, by the stream, by the beautiful stream, you and I, oh, how happy we'll be. Dancing waves come the rolling in the little dark horse and we're floating fools around the water. Oh, there and out there and then up for air. Margaret, so now why don't we care? We love to be beside the sea, beside the sea, beside by the beautiful sea, beside the seaside, by the beautiful sea.
Well, Don, that song will certainly be appropriate for our last show, as everybody will soon be leaving for their vacation.
You know, Mr. Benny, I'm kind of excited about going to England with you.
You are? Well, Dennis, you know, you better start packing for the trip.
I will. And you know something, Mr. Benny?
What?
When we get to London, the first place I'm going to go to is Buckingham Palace.
Well, that is an interesting place.
Yeah, I can't wait to see those little babies that guard it.
Babies? Then what makes you think that little babies guard Buckingham Palace?
I read someplace that every few hours they have to change the guard.
Dennis, how can you be so stupid? Don't you know that... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, look, it's my mother.
Well, at least you know your own mother.
Sure, I've seen her on television.
Well, it's nice of you to drop in, Mrs. Day. Sit down.
This isn't a social call. I'm here to talk about Dennis. I want you to take good care of him while you're over in England.
Oh, I will.
I want you to see that he eats well, keeps good company, and I want you to put him to bed every night at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock?
Yes, 9 o'clock.
Well, that isn't fair, Mrs. Day.
Why not?
It means Jack has to stay up an hour later.
Mary, you keep out of this.
Mr. Benny, I want you to see that my Dennis is dressed warmly at all times, that he eats the proper food, that he doesn't talk to strangers, and that he looks both ways before he crosses the street.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mrs. Day, why do we have to do all of that? After all, Dennis is grown up.
Yes, but he's still my baby. He's my only child. He's all I've got. You know, it's a mistake for a mother to have only one child. She ought to have 4 or 5.
Well, why didn't you?
If he hadn't been the first one, I would have.
I know what you mean. I'll take very good care of Mrs. Day.
Well, see what you do. Come on, Dennis.
Coming later.
Goodbye, Mrs. Day.
Goodbye.
Well, I'm going to run along too, Jack.
Me too. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. Goodbye, Jackson. Goodbye, kid. Well, I guess I better... Well, how do you like that? Phil, come back here. What do you want, Jackson? You forgot Remley. Oh, I'm sorry. Help me get him up on my shoulders. Okay. There. I'll be happy when this month is over. Why? June is his month to carry me. Now. So long, Jackson. Goodbye, Phil. See, there was something. Now I'll get it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Benny? Yes? This is the head of the CBS makeup department calling. I have my staff standing by to make you up for your television show. Well, wait a minute. I don't go on for a week yet. Well, it doesn't give us much time, does it? Never mind. I'll be there in plenty of time. Goodbye. Goodbye. Now, let's see. There was something I wanted to... Oh, yes, I have to get some money to do some shopping before I leave. Rochester, I'm going down to my ball.
Yes, sir. Give Ed my regards.
I will. See, in a way, I feel kind of sorry for poor Ed. Down there alone in the vault all these years. The moat looks pretty full. Gosh, look at these crocodiles. They really live a long time. Look at that big one, how old and wrinkled he is. They say you can tell a crocodile's age by counting the rings in his tail. Let's see. He's only 39. Well, I better go on into the ball.
Who goes there, friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
Pair and compare.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
That's right. How are you, Ed?
Fine. How are things on the outside?
Oh, not so good. There's been thousands of cases of measles in Los Angeles.
I've never heard of that before.
Measles?
Oh, Los Angeles.
Los Angeles is a city that has been built since you've come down here, you see.
Oh. Nice of you to come down to visit me, Mr. Benny.
Well, this isn't a social visit. I'm here on business.
Oh. How much money are you going to put in the vault?
No. I'm taking some out.
My, this is exciting.
You see, I have to do a lot of shopping because next week I'm going to England.
Oh, that should be fun.
It's really a business trip, but I expect to enjoy myself during the 5 days on the ocean.
Ocean?
Yes.
Well, don't sail too far. You might fall off the edge.
No, Ed. They proved that it's round. Well, I think I'll open the safe. Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 60, back to 15, then left to 110. There. Now, let's see. How much do I want? There, that ought to be enough money. Well, I better go now.
Bye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Ed.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Ed. What was that?
Just a figment of my imagination.
Oh, well, goodbye, Ed.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks.
With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester Davis, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final radio program of the season, and immediately following, Jack will do his final television show. This has been a strenuous season, and on the shoulders of the star of our show falls most of this burden. So without further ado, we bring you a very tiresome comedian.
That's tired.
And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you're right. This has been a very grueling season. Work, nothing but work. I tell you, Don, I'm so tired right now I can hardly keep my big blue eyes open. I'm really all in.
Well, Jack, I know it's been a tough season, but I can't understand why you should be that tired. After all, you're only 39.
Well, look, Don, it's hard for a man of your age to realize how tired you can get. Now, how old are you?
38.
Well, just wait till you're 39, brother. That's a long pull. Boy, will you be tired then. Of course, the burden, Don, the burden you're carrying is not on your shoulders.
What?
And how you ever got a pair of pants to fit your burden is beyond me. Don, I want to tell you something. Doing radio and television is really a...
Hi, Jack. Hello, everybody.
Well, Mary, here we are finishing another season. Another 38 weeks that you've worked for me. How do you feel?
Hungry.
Oh, stop, hungry. Mary, this is the last program of the year. Why can't you be nice? Why do you have to come out in here and infer that I don't pay you enough?
Well, you don't.
I don't. Then why is it every Thursday when you go to the bank, they roll out the red carpet for you?
Because I don't have any shoes.
Mary, if you don't stop that kind of talk, I won't take you to Europe with me. Kid.
I'm sorry, Jack.
Well, you should be. Anyway, Mary, let's not get into an argument now. After all, we're doing our last show, and soon we'll be on the high seas on our way to play the Palladium Theater in London.
Which reminds me, Jack, before we go, you ought to have all your clothes cleaned.
Why?
That chipper going on is kind of big, and you won't be able to lean over the side and do your laundry.
Well, fine.
By the way, Don,
What are you going to do?
Well, Mary, I'm going to be busy making a picture for 20th Century Fox.
Oh, really? You know, I made a picture of 20 years down several years ago.
I know, and by a strange coincidence, Jack, they gave me the same dressing room you used to have.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice one, you know.
I won't have to share it like you did.
You won't?
No, Zanuck hasn't got that polo pony anymore.
Oh, that's a shame. He was so friendly. He used to keep the flies off of both of us. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, everybody.
Well, Phil, here we are at the end of another season. How do you feel?
Thirsty.
That's funny. He started the season that way.
Oh, Phil, do you have any plans?
Sure do, Johnsy. Me and my boys are making a series of personal appearances.
Oh, really? Where are you going?
Well, we opened at Burning Stump, Wyoming. Then from there, we go to Stagnant Water, Nebraska. Then we go to Sowbelly, Arkansas. Then we wind up by playing for the Debutantes Ball in Do-Wah-Diddy.
For heaven's sakes, Phil, why do you pick such small towns?
My boys won't play no place where they're outnumbered.
Oh, well, Phil, I hope your boys have more respect for your one-night stands than they have for my program. Half the time, they don't even show up. I haven't seen Fletcher, your trombone player, for a couple of weeks.
That's funny you should mention old Fletcher. Just got a card from him this morning. He's in Alcatraz.
Alcatraz?
Well, don't blame him, Jackson. It was my fault for hiring a musical arranger who didn't understand my boy.
What do you mean?
Well, we were playing a new arrangement when Fletch comes to a 12-bar rest.
Uh-huh.
Well, Fletch ain't going to sit around doing nothing, so he goes out and robs a bank.
Well, Phil, look I'm not interested in their extracurricular activities. You see, if they'll just come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mr. Kitzel.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I heard you're leaving for England right after your television show. So I was so excited I dropped by now to give you this Bon Voyage gift.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Kitzel, but I'm not leaving till tomorrow night, and I'm going to Houston first for a benefit.
Oh.
Then I go right from there to England.
Oh, how I envy you. Good old England, the Thames, Waterloo Bridge, Buckingham Palace, Berkeley Square, the Tower of London.
Mr. Kitzel, how do you know so much about England?
I'm an Oxford man.
You're an Oxford man?
Anyone for cricket?
I wish I had time. Well, Mr. Kitzel, would you like to sit down and watch the rest of the program?
I'd love to, but I got to go to the airport to meet my wife. She's coming in from Kansas City.
Oh, what airport?
Well, this to me is a mystery. I don't know whether she's going to land at International or at Lockheed or in Pomona or in Pasadena.
Well, don't you know where the plane is scheduled to land?
Yes, but that doesn't make any difference. My wife is such a backseat driver.
Oh, you're kidding.
Kidding, she said. Listen, Mr. Benny, when that sweet Harriet swings low, she'll point out the direction.
Well, you ought to know. What was your wife doing in Kansas City?
She was visiting our son at his army camp.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, I never knew you had a grown son.
Well, he's my wife's son by a former marriage.
Oh, you're her second husband.
But third.
You mean your wife's been married twice before?
This much, she tells me.
Oh.
Well, I got to be running along. Have a beautiful trip.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Jack, what did Mr. Kitzel give you?
Just a moment. I'll open it. Oh, isn't that cute?
What is it?
It's a cake, and on top of it, it's spelled out Bon Voyage. And the O's are bagels. Now, kids, since this is our last program, I'd like to express to all of you my,
What's the matter, Jack?
Dennis isn't here.
Well, since he's going to London with you, maybe he stayed home to do his packing.
Well, that doesn't make any difference. He's supposed to be here for the radio show. He has to sing a song.
Jackson, I wish you'd do me a favor when you get to London.
What is it, Phil?
Hey, buy me one of them English tweeds.
You want me to buy you a suit?
Yeah, but don't just take any old English suit. Be sure to pick a dilly.
Phil, do me a favor and sit down, will you?
Jack, that was a real cute joke. What are you so grumpy about?
Because here we are trying to do our last program, and Dennis has to be late.
Well, why don't you call his house and see what's keeping him?
I will.
Say, Mabel, what is a date you? Mr. Betty's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what the heel of fortune wants now. I'll plug in and find out. Hello, Mr. Benny. Yes, sir, I'll see if I can get him. He wants I should try to find Dennis Day for him. He must be lost again. Well, what do you mean again? Does he get lost often? I'll say. His family put a tag on his lapel saying, if found, forget it. Well, in a way, I don't blame them. He is kind of dumb. I remember the time I had a date with him. You went out with Dennis Day? Uh-huh. He took me to a movie, and when we reached the box office, he asked me whether I'd rather sit in the balcony or downstairs. Uh-huh. I was feeling kind of romantic, so I said the balcony. Oh. And did he buy seats in the balcony? For me, yes. He sat downstairs. Lucky I got long arms, or I wouldn't have had any of his popcorn. At least when you go out with Dennis, he spends some money. Well, what are you complaining about? The other day you said Jack Benny took you to see a wonderful movie spectacle. Some movie spectacle. We drove up to the top of the Hollywood Hills and watched Warner Brothers burn. No kidding. You watched the studio burn? Yeah. Jack tried to convince me it was Quo Vadis. Well, how do you like that? Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but his house doesn't answer.
Okay, I'll try later.
What happened, Jack?
He's not at home. I can't understand it. You think Dennis would be here on our last... Oh, that must be him now. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Mr. Benny, my name is Louis Wagner. I'm president of the Jack Benny Fan Club. For the joy you have brought into our homes, we wish to present you with a gift which we hope you will cherish and keep as a memento of our appreciation. And it was not without deep thought and much deliberation that we finally selected the gift we thought most suitable to express our sincere feelings.
Well,
we trust that in the years to come, when you travel from the sun-kissed shores of California to the rock-bound coast of Maine, that you will always carry this gift with you as a constant reminder of the glorious hours of pleasure you have given to members of our organization.
Oh, I will. What are you going to give me?
Nothing. I just love to make speeches.
I can't understand it. I listen to the radio all the time, and mine is the only program that things like this happen. Not once have I heard that on Stella Dallas. You can tune in on any
Oh, gee, Mr. Benny, am I late?
Late? I'll say you're late, Dennis. Where were you? Dennis? I'll repeat that. Where were you?
Oh, I was home packing.
Well, I called you. Didn't you hear the phone ring?
Yeah.
Then why didn't you answer it?
I already had it locked in the trunk.
Dennis, you're taking your telephone to England?
Yeah, while I'm over there, I want to talk to my friends in Hollywood. It'll only be a local call.
Well, that's idiotic.
You're right.
What do you mean I'm right?
That's my number, idiotic, 70245.
What?
The phone company gave me a special number.
Look, Dennis.
It's unlisted.
Now stop it! Dennis, didn't you tell me yesterday, this being the last program of the season, you were going to sing a special arrangement of Love and Bloom and dedicated to me?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm very anxious to hear it, so let's have it.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'd like to ask you something first.
What?
Well, when we get to England, some friends of mine want to meet me, and does the Queen Elizabeth dock at Southampton or Liverpool?
Well, Gee, that's funny. I didn't find out. I think it's Southampton.
I thought it was Liverpool.
No, Mary. I'm almost sure it's Southampton.
Why don't you call the travel agency that arranged for your passage and find out?
Hey, I think I will. Let's see. Their number is, wait a minute. I got it right here. Crestview 73761.
Hello, Transatlantic Travel Agency.
Oh, hello. This is Jack Dunny. I'm going to England on the Queen Elizabeth, and I'd like to get some information, please.
Just a moment. I'll connect you with Mr. Wilkins. He's in charge of that.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilkins is on the line. Go ahead, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Wilkins. Yes? I'm sailing on the Queen Elizabeth. Does that ship dock at Southampton?
I don't know.
Well, does it go to Liverpool before it goes to Southampton?
I don't know.
Well, does it go to Southampton at all?
I don't know.
Never heard such stupid answer. Put the girl back on the phone.
Which one was it?
I don't know.
Well, was she one of our operators, or was it one of the telephone company's operators?
I don't know. Now, look, that girl was there a minute ago. Let me talk to her.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, miss. Are you the girl I just spoke to?
I don't know.
Never mind. Goodbye. Now, where were we?
I don't know.
Dennis, you were going to sing Love and Bloom, and I'm very anxious to hear it, so let's have it.
Okay.
Oh, for heaven's sake, there's the phone again. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, what did you call for?
Well, I'm doing your packing, and I don't want you to be confused.
What do you mean confused?
Well, when you leave on your trip, you're going to Houson first, aren't you? Well, I thought I'd pack some clothes in a separate suitcase for you to wear down there. So I put in your tan jacket, your light slacks, and 5 pairs of woolen socks.
Rochester, it's hot in Texas this time of year. Why should I wear those thick socks?
In case you're stepping in the oil, you'll want to sop up as much as you can.
Hey, that's a good idea. I'll be able to wear those socks in Europe, too. Anyway, Rochester, finish all the packing because I won't be able to help you. I'm going to drop by the dentist's office and have my teeth fixed before I go to Texas. What are you laughing at?
You're going to strike oil even if you have to bite your way down.
Never mind. Just finish my packing. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boys.
Now what?
What time will you be home for dinner?
Well, I'll be a little later than usual because right after this radio show, I do my television show.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Who's going to be on it?
You are, don't you know?
I know and you know, but tell the people.
Look, Dennis, just sing.
Yes, sir.
Don, give him the introduction, will you?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is the last program of the season, in honor of Jack Benny, Dennis Day will sing a special arrangement of Love in...
What is this, anyway? Come in.
Excuse me, but could you tell me where I could find Studio C?
Hey, look, kid, it's John L.C. Savoni. Hello, Mr. Savoni.
Huh?
Mr. Savoni, don't you remember me?
No.
But you must. A couple of years ago, you stopped me on the street and asked me for a dime for a cup of coffee, and I gave you 50 cents.
Holy smoke, is that baby?
Good, I thought maybe you'd forgotten me.
Oh, no, I tell all my fraternity brothers you're my pal.
Your fraternity brothers, Mr. Boney, for a college man, what happened to you?
I'm a poor little lamb who's gone astray.
Now, look, Look, Mr. Savoni. Mr. Savoni.
You're my pal. You can call me John.
Well, John, I haven't seen you for a long time. What are you doing here at CBS?
I'm down here for rehearsal.
A rehearsal?
Yeah. I start my own show here next Sunday night.
You mean you have your own radio program? How did you get it?
Well, I'll tell you how it happened anyway. I was just walking down the street. I wasn't doing anything. I didn't feel like doing anything. Just walking down the street. I said to myself, what are you doing, John? Nothing. And I wasn't. I was just walking down the street. All of a sudden, a man comes up to me and says, hey, you. I say, who? He said, you. I said, me? He said, yeah. He said, how would you like to be on the radio? So I said, how much? He said, $150. I said, I can't afford to pay that much.
No, Mr. Savoni, see, they pay you.
I know, they finally told me that. Then we started to dicker about the price. Ooh, it made me so nervous.
Did you get a good deal?
Yeah. We settled for $125.
But he started out with $150.
I'm no fool. I wasn't going to take his first offer.
Mr. Savoni, I want to wish you all the luck on your new radio program, and I hope I'll see you real soon.
Thank you very much, pal. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, Don, lock the door, will you? Mary, take the receiver off the phone. We're not going to get any more interruptions. Dennis.
Yes, sir?
Sing the number you're dedicating to me.
Yeah.
Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't the trees. It's love in bloom. Can it be the spring that seems to bring the stars right into my room? Oh, no, it isn't the spring. It's love in bloom. My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is a flower. This hour, a sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream? The joy supreme that came to us in the gloom. You know it isn't a dream.
John Wilson speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
This is Phil, and now here's a word from RCA Victor.
For value, for performance, for quality. Remember this name, the RCA Victor Regency. Remember the Regency for the finest television you could ever buy, and at a cost so low it will amaze you. Yes, it will pay you to remember the Regency. Because the Regency brings you big screen, 17-inch television with all the performance and quality that has made RCA Victor television million-proof, proven in more than 2 million homes. Clear pictures, steady pictures, the best possible reception anywhere make the Regency RCA Victor's greatest console television set. And the console cabinet is beautiful, a fine furniture piece, a magnificent example of expert RCA Victor craftsmanship. You'll be proud to have it in your home. So stop in at your RCA Victor dealers. Ask for it by name. Yes, remember the Regency, the console television that gives you more for your money. Better write that name down now. The RCA Victor Regency. Today is the last program that Phil and Alice will do this season. They'll be back on the air next fall, but last Friday things appeared a little dubious. Faced with the problem of whether or not to rehire them for next season, Mr. Scott had called a meeting of the Board of Directors of RCA. Let's look in at that meeting.
Gentlemen, we are gathered here today to make a momentous decision. Shall we rehire Phil Harris for next season, or replace him with Cecil the C6 Sea Serpent? I think our choice is rather obvious.
You mean we shouldn't renew Harris for next year?
Oh, I didn't say that. It's not entirely up to me, and I'm not going to try to influence you gentlemen. We'll take a fair vote. Now then, all those in favor of firing Harris say yes, and all those in favor of signing him for another year, keep your big fat mouth shut. I vote for dropping him.
I vote for dropping him, too.
I vote for keeping him.
Hemingway, one more stupid remark like that, and none of your relatives will get television sets wholesale anymore. Well, that's 2-1 in favor of dropping Harris. We have one more vote. How do you vote, Mr. Jellison? Jellison, I'm talking to you. Wake up. Did you hear what I said? Jellison!
Huh? Oh, yes, dear. Oh, you're always right, Poopsie. Kiss me.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot where I was. I thought you were my wife.
Do I look like your wife?
Yes. You sound like her, too. She's always yapping like you. Yappity.
All right. This is a business meeting. We're discussing an important issue, and yours is the deciding vote. What do you think?
Well, I wasn't listening. But whatever you say is okay with me, Mr. Scott. Because I'm with you.
Well, that makes it 3-1. Then it's agreed that we will drop the program for next year.
Oh, is that what we're voting on? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Scott, but I think the stars of our program are excellent, and nobody's going to get me to vote against Jake and Molly Goldberg.
Oh, never mind. It seems we can't reach a decision here, so we'll just have to leave it up to our stockholders. They're having a meeting this afternoon, and we'll let them decide. Meeting adjourned.
But, Alice, why don't you want to take this job for the summer? We got to make a buck somehow during our layoff. Besides, Frankie went out of his way to get this job for us.
I don't care. I refuse to be the bearded lady in the circus. I'm not going to appear in a sideshow.
All right. You don't have to be in the sideshow. Just do the double act with me in the circus.
Well, just what is the act?
Oh, it's an easy act. You'll be sensational in it. You make your entrance in shimmering sequin tights, with your long blonde hair falling in waves over your soft white shoulders. The audience goes wild with applause.
Oh, then what?
Then you climb into the cannon and I light the fuse.
You mean you're going to shoot me out of a cannon?
Well, why not? It's a great job. They'll pay you $100 a week and 2 cents a mile. Oh, Alice, won't you reconsider?
Alice, don't let him talk you into it. As your brother and business manager, I refuse to let you do it.
Now, don't worry, Willie. I won't.
You hold out for 4 cents a mile.
Daddy, if Mommy doesn't want to be shot out of a cannon, can I have the job? I'd like to have it, too.
Don't be silly. You're just a couple of kids and you couldn't possibly... Why not? With 2 of them doing it, we'd get $200 and 8 cents a mile. And they're lighter than Alice, and they can travel further, and they...
Bill!
Don't cotton to it, huh?
If I were you, Philip, I wouldn't worry about the summer. I'd concentrate on looking for a new radio job for fall.
Wait a minute. What do you mean about a new job? RCA is sure to renew me, and if they're silly enough to let me go, I ain't worried. I can always make a good living as a singer.
Whose voice are you going to use?
I never know until I get started. Might be Mario Lanza. It may be Ezio Pinza. In fact, I feel a little Dorothy Kirshenish right now. My introduction, please, Wingy. Possibilities, possibilities. We're living in a world that's full of possibilities. Ain't no miracle too impossible for anyone who sees the possibilities. If you recall your history, then you will find that all our famous men turned out to be the kind of men who never stopped to look behind. They looked ahead to see what they could see, and they saw possibilities, possibilities. They never overlooked a single possibility. Proven naturally, opportunity is for the one who sees the possibilities. If you recall and try to solve a phenomenon, the skeptics say it's just a dream, I know. But after you're a hero and the job is done, then you can tell them all I told you so. Yes, there are possibilities, possibilities. If you will only make the most of your facilities, folks will idolize, even eulogize the little guy that sees the possibilities. When Christopher Columbus proved the world was round, he called Queen Isabel on his return. She said, now tell me, Chris, about this place you found. He said, well, Belle, as far as I'm concerned, it's sure got possibilities, possibilities. I tell you, Queen, I've never seen such possibilities. And I really feel we should make a deal before somebody sees its possibilities. When little Abe was growing up in Illinois, to be a big success was his intent. He studied so much harder than the other boys, till one day he became our president. He saw the possibilities, possibilities. He never overlooked a single possibility. Proven naturally,
opportunity is for the one who sees the possibilities. I guess by now there ain't no doubt about the point I'm bringing out. So if you'll open up your eyes, you are bound to recognize the possibilities. Possibilities. We're living in a world that's full of possibilities. Ain't no miracle too impossible for anyone that sees the possibilities. There you are. Now that you heard my voice, what do you think?
How much does that cannon job pay again?
Oh, so you don't like my voice, huh? First you refused to grow a beard for me, and now you can't stand my voice.
Oh, Phil,
Alice, what's happening to us? We seem to be drifting apart. We're always at logger's heads. We don't seem to get along together anymore. Could it be that we're becoming incombustible?
Honey, will you stop it? We're as combustible as we ever were.
Honey, the word's compatible. Gee whiz. I told Remley to look for a real good job for us, and I know the guy will come up with something because... Wait a minute. Come in. Hey, just talking about you. Hiya, Frank.
Curly, I couldn't wait to get over here. Have I got a job for you, Alice? You'll love it. Have you got a tuxedo?
Tuxedo? What kind of a job did you get me?
You're a shill for a floating crap game.
Remley, what's the matter with you?
You don't like the job?
Well, it's okay for Alice, but what do I do?
Oh, I'm coming to you, Curly. I got you a job in vaudeville. A friend of mine does a comedy animal act, and he's looking for a partner.
You got me a legitimate job? Well, I'll be a horse's neck.
No, that's not the end you play. Of course, after a while, Curly, you might work yourself up.
All right, never mind. You can have the job.
I don't need it. In fact, I'm never going to have to work again. I have found a way out.
How?
By using my guitar.
What are you going to do, sharpen it and stab yourself?
No. I sold my guitar, took my life savings, and bought stock in RCA Victor at $19 a share.
Frankie, you put your whole life savings into it? How many shares did you buy?
1. Now I won't have to take any orders from Mr. Scott anymore. From now on, he'll be taking orders from me.
How so?
I'll give you a for instance how so. Scotty works for RCA Victor, and RCA Victor is owned by its stockholders, and as I am now a stockholder, Scotty is working for me.
That shouldn't happen to a dog.
Careful what you say, Alice, or I shall be forced to dispense with your services.
Oh, what makes you think you can fire me?
Quite simple. You work for Scotty, and as I have just pointed out, Scotty works for me. Therefore, that makes me your boss.
Oi, Gewalt. If you think
Quiet, Blondie. Don't talk back to your boss. Come over here and sit on my lap while I dictate a letter.
Frankie, I'm not going to sit on your lap, and I'm not going to...
Don't argue with him. Get up on his lap. Climb up there and behave yourself. We haven't been picked up for next year yet.
You haven't?
No, Scotty was supposed to let us know today, and we're still waiting to hear from him.
Why wait? Let's get down and see him. There are a few things I want to tell this new employee of mine.
Music bridge.
And so, Mr. Scott, as a big stockholder in RCA Victor, I have decided to take an active interest in the operations of the company.
Harris, is this true? Is this schnook really a stockholder?
That's right, Mr. Scott.
Yes, in a manner of speaking, you are now working for me, Scotty.
Oh, to think this should happen to me during National Pickle Week. Now, look here, Remley. You can't come into my... and tell me... You can't...
No way to talk to your employer. Now then, how long have you been with my company, Scotty?
1 year.
What is your position? What do you do to earn your money?
I'm a vice president.
Answer my question. What do you do to earn your money?
Well,
Never mind, you're through. Take your lunch out of the filing cabinet, your socks off the radiator, and get out.
Now, just a moment. Nobody can discharge me without a reason.
Gotta have a reason, huh? Scotty, what time is it?
Oh, look. It's exactly 22 minutes after 11.
Thank you, and you're fired.
What for?
I won't have a clock watcher working for me.
Oh, Frankie, will you please be quiet? Mr. Scott, Phil and I came down to find out about next year.
Yeah, have you and the board of directors decided to renew my contract?
We haven't reached a decision yet, Harris. 2 of the members voted to retain you, and another member and I voted to let you go.
Scott, you mean that you voted to drop me? Why?
I don't know. Just seemed like fun at the time.
To think that you'd do this to me after all I've done for this company.
What have you done?
What have I done? Well, let's face it, Scotty. What is RCA Victor today?
The biggest company of its kind in the world.
Correct. But what was it before I started working for them?
The biggest company of its kind in the world.
Exactly. I didn't hurt it one bit. Not only that, Mr. Scott, if you'll keep me on the air, I guarantee I'll increase your sales. Now, for example, what have you sold this past year?
Millions of radio sets and television sets.
What else?
45 RPM.
That's where I can help you. If you sign me up for next year, I guarantee you'll sell 46 RPM.
Harris, do you know what RPM stand for?
Naturally. They're rippums. And you people make the best rippums in the world.
Harris, some people think that RPM stands for revolutions per minute.
I don't care what them Bolsheviks think. Are you going to keep me or not?
Well, we're going to have to leave it up to the stockholders. They're having a meeting this afternoon. And if they decide to keep the show, we'll keep it.
Oh, the stockholders, huh? In that case, we got nothing to worry about. So long, Scotty, and we'll be with you next year.
Goodbye.
So long, Scotty, and keep your feet off my desk. Oh, one other thing. During the summer, I want you to keep chasing your secretary around the office.
What for?
I want her warmed up when I take over next year.
Come on, Frankie. Phil, what do you mean we have nothing to worry about? What makes you so sure the stockholders will vote to keep us?
Now, wait a minute, honey. I got a plan. All I got to do is to get my friends to buy stock in RCA, then go to the meeting and vote for us.
Well, if we have to depend on your friends, we're out of work.
Are you kidding? My friends love me. All I got to do is ask them, and they'll do anything for me.
Well, then tell them to get me a Bendix washing machine and ironer. Looks like I'm going to take in washing.
But don't forget, I don't want any starch in my shirts.
Me either, Alice.
You're not in on that. Now, look, Frankie, I want you to call my friends and tell them to meet us over at my house as soon as possible. Bridge.
Curly, I asked all your friends to come over here. I told them you needed help and they should bring money. And your friends didn't let you down.
Well, I knew they wouldn't. Where are they?
He's in the other room.
Remley, you mean only one guy showed up?
Well, yeah, but this is one person you can really depend on to help you.
Well, who is it? What's his name?
Just call me Julius the Fink.
Oh, no. What's the matter with you, Remley? Asking Julius to help me when I'm in trouble.
What kind of trouble, Mac? What stupid problem is too much for your bird brain to handle today?
Now, wait a minute. This is serious, kid. I'm in danger of losing my job, and, well, you can help me save it.
Hey, that is serious. But don't worry, Mr. Harris. If there's anything I can do to help you save your job, I want to be the first to tell you that you can count me out.
Julius, this time you gotta help me. I can't afford to be out of work. I need this job. It's my bread and bourbon. Butter! Now look, kid, if I lose this job... bread and bourbon. I never tried that. I know it ain't bad with butter, but I don't know. Look, kid, if... bread and bourbon sounds silly. Might be good. Look, kid, if I lose this job, it might result in serious consequences.
Yeah, might even break up your home. I hope.
What do you mean?
Well, if you lose your job, you won't be able to support your family. That means Miss Faye will have to go back to working pictures. She'll have to make love to them handsome leading men. She'll probably fall in love with one of them and leave you to marry him.
Yeah, that could happen. Tilt! Let's keep this believable.
Yeah. Anyway, after she marries this other guy, you become a derelict. You lose everything. You just sink lower and lower until you finally end up in the gutter. Gee, what a pitiful sight. Makes me heart sick.
Then you'll help me out?
Oh, you look good in the gutter.
Oh, Julius, you gotta help me save my job. It means everything to me. I can't go on without it, and I'm not...
Stop bawling on my shoulder! You're getting me shirt all mildew.
Don't plead with him, Curly. We don't need him. I got a share of stock, and I'll vote for
I appreciate that, Frankie. You're very kind, but one share won't be enough. I need more shares.
How many more do you need, Harris?
Keep out of this, Bud. Look, Frankie, I'm not going to have... Grogan! I didn't hear you come in. Gee whiz, but I'm glad to see you here. You know something? You're the only friend who showed up when I called. Gee, you're a real pal. And I'm never going to forget your loyalty.
Gee, Harris, hearing you say sweet things like that, it makes me ashamed of myself. Here's your silverware back.
What are you doing with my silverware?
I was robbing the house. Of course, I didn't know that it was yours until I heard your voice. Come on, take your silverware.
Oh, Grogan, why do you do things like this? You're really a wonderful person.
Here's your watch.
Grogan, you stole the watch that Frankie gave me, the one with the built-in corkscrew. Oh, Grogan, you're too nice a guy.
Here's your kid's piggy bank.
I know that you're not the kind of a chap who...
Stop already. I won't make a nickel on this job.
Gee whiz, only the other day I was talking to my wife about you, wasn't I, Alice? Alice, where did she... Grogan.
All right. I'll go out to my car and let her out of the trunk rack.
Grogan, you didn't really...
Well, calm yourself, kid. I was only kidding. There's nothing in my trunk rack except an old policeman, that's all. What were you saying before about you calling me? What was this for?
Curly needs your help, Grogan.
Oh.
He needs some stockholders to vote to keep him on the air next year.
We want you to go out and buy some shares of RCA stock.
Oh, well, is that all that you want, Harris? Be glad to help you out. How many shares you want me to get?
Oh, just a few, but look, be at the stockholders' meeting this afternoon. Will you, Grove?
Yeah, okay, I'll be there.
Yeah, don't worry, Curly. You can depend on my vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention, please. Quiet, please. Hold it. Just that. Thank you. You stockholders have just voted on whether or not to retain Phil Harris for next year, and the vote has been tabulated.
Well, tell me, Scotty, did I do all right? Did I?
No. No, but it was close. 300-1 against you.
Well, didn't I even get a call when they left the gate? Gee whiz, Wormley. Looks like I'm dead. 300-1. Gee, pal. Only one person
voted for me.
I wonder who it was.
Oh, you deserted me too, huh? Looks like everybody has. Alice isn't here, and Grogan didn't show up, and
Here
everything.
I am, Harris, and I got the stock.
Grogan. Oh, thank goodness. How much stock have you got?
I got a truckload outside.
A whole truckload of stock? Well, don't stand there. Back it in here.
I can't. The stock's got to stand out in the fresh air a little longer.
I'm looking for my page, and I'll have it with you, and I'll be with you. I've got enough script for the big show. I'll take a hot stove right now. Oh, give me that line again, will you, Grogan?
Like I was saying a moment ago, I can't bring the stock in now because it's got to stand out in the fresh air a little longer.
Why?
I now say because the ink ain't dry yet.
Wait a minute, Grogan. I don't want any counterfeit stock.
Now, why not? You can't tell us from the real thing. Here, just look at this sample.
Well, I ain't gonna pass no. Looks good.
Yeah, sure it does. Hey, Mr. Scott, as a stockholder, I want to cast my votes for Harris.
How many shares do you have?
2.5 tons.
You have... Let me see that stock certificate. Give it to me.
Now, careful how you handle that. You'll smudge the signature.
Just as I suspected. This is counterfeit.
Oh, that ain't fair. You peaked.
Harris, this stock will not be allowed in the vote. Well, I guess that makes it official. Mr. Harris, it's my pleasure to inform you that you are no longer
Now, just a moment, Mr. Scott. I haven't voted yet. And I vote in favor of keeping Mr. Harris.
Do you own stock in RCA, Mrs. Harris?
Yes, I just went out and bought a few shares.
How many shares?
The controlling interest.
She must have hijacked a bigger truck.
Oh, honey, you're wonderful. I knew that someday I'd get some benefit out of your money.
Well, I guess that settles it. Miss Faye has the controlling interest, and next year it looks as if we'll be stuck with Harris for the RCA company.
Correction. From now on, it'll be known as the R.C. Faye Company.
That's telling them, honey. Well, Scotty. Scott, old boy, it looks like I'll still be starring on the program.
Another correction. From now on, the billing will read, the R.C. Faye Company presents the Alice Faye Show, starring Alice Faye and friends.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. It's free, yours for the asking. RCA Victor's magnificent new record catalog of the music America loves best. Over 800 titles of the music you want, when you want it, are listed in this one great record catalog. It's a must for all you music lovers. Just stop in at your nearest RCA Victor dealers and pick up your free copy of the Music America Loves Best catalog. RCA Victor now makes record buying easier and more fun than ever by listing the world's greatest recorded music between the covers of a single catalog. Over 800 titles, music classical or popular from Tchaikovsky to Teagarden, and the Music America Loves Best catalog makes fascinating reading. Look through it and mark down the selections you want. You'll find an incomparable treasure trove of musical enjoyment awaiting you at RCA Victor record dealers everywhere. Get your free copy of the RCA Victor record catalog of the Music America Loves Best at your RCA Victor dealers right away.
This is Phil again. Folks, this is our last show for this season,
but we'll be back this fall on your NBC station. Alice and I want to say thanks for listening, and our thanks also to RCA Victor, to our writers, our producer, and our cast, and the many people behind the scenes who do so much to help. Watch for us in the fall, and have a nice summer.
Good night, everybody.
Stay tuned for Tales of the Texas Rangers next on NBC.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. If it's free, I'll have a cup, too.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Jack Benny, yours truly, Toby Reed, Joseph Kearns, Harry Lubin of the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, today we find the Burnses sitting in a booth in the Brown Derby restaurant. It seems their old friend, Jack Benny, has invited them to lunch, and they're waiting for him to arrive.
Gracie, I wish you hadn't told me, Jack, wish you hadn't arranged for us to have lunch with Jack. It's always so embarrassing.
What do you mean?
Well, those lousy tips he leaves. He's been eating here 5 years, and he's yet to tip more than $1.
Well, $1 isn't a bad tip.
That's for the 5 years. Besides, if we're his guests, he'll make us order crackers and milk. The cheapest thing on the menu.
Well, Judge, I wish you wouldn't talk that way about Jack. He's always been awfully nice to me. Did you see the birthday present he sent me?
Why, no.
Well, it's a coupon which entitles me to a year's subscription to Harper's Bazaar.
From Jack?
Mm-hmm. All I have to do is fill it out and send it in with $7.
Harper's Bazaar is $6.
Well, Jack gets $1 commission.
Jack Benny hasn't put his hand in his pocket. January will be 80 years.
What can be keeping him? Doesn't he know what time it is?
No. He's too tight to buy a watch. He tells time by the sun.
Oh, George tells time by the sun.
I'm not kidding you. Shh. Here he comes. Oh, hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Jack.
I'm sorry I'm late, kids. These cloudy days throw me. What did I tell you? Oh, waiter, we're ready to order. Yes, sir. Would Madame like to start with a cocktail?
Oh, no, thanks. I never drink.
I meant a shrimp cocktail.
No matter how small it is, I never drink.
Mrs. Burns will have a steak, and I'll have a broiled lobster. Steak and broiled lobster? Well, they're both very good here, but as long as you're in the Brown Derby, you really should order the specialty of the house. Should be crackers and milk.
Oh, I've changed my mind. I won't have a steak.
Good.
I'll have lamb chops.
Well, the crackers are very crisp here. They put the crumbs in a sack so you can take them home.
I think I'll have lamb chops.
Madame will enjoy the lamb chops. We serve them with little paper panties on.
Well, don't your legs get cold?
That's our order, waiter. How about you, Jack? I'll have crackers and milk.
delicious meal, Gracie. Where did Jack go?
Well, the waiter refused to give him any more crackers, so he went to complain to the manager.
My gosh. He talked them out of extra milk.
Yeah, wasn't that clever? He kept handing his glass of milk to the waiter and saying, put a head on this.
And mark my words. We'll get stuck with the check as usual.
Well, George, that's your own fault. When the check comes, Jack always says, here, I'll take it. But then you always speak up and say, no, Jack, I'll get it. So he lets you get it.
That's right. He knows I'll say that.
Well, sure.
Well, today when he says, here, I'll take it, I'll just keep my big mouth shut.
How do you like this place? They refuse to give me extra crackers. Just wait till they ask me to put more bluing in their tablecloths. I'll show them.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Here's your check. That'll be $10.30.
Here, I'll take it.
Well, somebody say something. That will be $10.30.
You shut up! Look, George, if you want the check, I won't fight you.
I don't want the check.
In that case, we'll fight.
You're the stingiest man who ever lived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, don't act so proud. You're not the first one who ever said that.
Now, please, don't get into a fight. There's no point to it.
No point to it?
You're the only two men in the world who couldn't hurt each other.
Well, I'm not paying this check. After all, Jack, you invited us to lunch.
Sure, I make a nice gesture. This is a thanks, I guess.
Oh, George, let's not make a scene. Go ahead and pay the check.
All right, but I just want to say this. Jack, if you let me pay this check, you're a low, miserable, tight-fisted, conniving miser. You're a disgrace to our profession, and I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. Well.
Now, Mr. Burns, if you've finished, I have a few words to say.
What are they?
Here's the check.
All right, George, we're home now. Calm down and forget about Jack Benny.
I can't forget about it. How a man can go through life letting someone else pay his way, I'll never know.
Well, now, don't let it make you so nervous. My goodness. When you paid that check, you were so upset you could hardly get my purse open.
You know, Gracie, Jack didn't used to be this way. When we were in vaudeville with him, he was an altogether different fellow.
Say, now that you mention it, he was. Well, people used to call him Generous Jack the Plunger.
Yes, in those days, he spent money like water.
I wonder what slowed him down to such a drift.
I don't know. Maybe it was the disappointment of you marrying me instead of him. He was pretty sweet on you in those days.
Well, I liked him too. You know, Jack was awfully good looking.
Yeah.
Of course, that was a long time ago.
Now he has to use makeup. Tell me something, Gracie. Jack Benny was a big star, young, good-looking, talented, loaded with money, and a big spender. I was just a struggling young song and dance man. Why did you marry me instead of Jack?
Oh, George, you don't have to ask that, do you?
I guess I don't.
Well, good, because I haven't got an answer.
Fine.
You know, I can't get over the change in Jack. When he was courting me, he was the most generous man in the world.
He certainly was.
Remember the night you both proposed to me?
Sure. We got into an argument, and I hit Jack over the head with his violin.
See? I'll never forget that night. That was 16 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. I remember Jack arrived at my house first. He brought along his violin to serenade me, and when I went to the
Gracie?
Why, generous Jack.
That's me, baby. Here's a couple of dozen orchids for you.
Oh, Jack, they're so expensive.
What do I care? I always say money is made to be spent. I mean, you can't take it with you. Hey, Gracie, let's go out tonight and have a big champagne party. I've had a dozen cases of the most expensive champagne flown in from France.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I don't drink.
But, Gracie, Mom's extra dry.
Well, then let her drink it. Besides, we don't want to be gone when George Burns gets here.
George Burns?
Mm-hmm.
Will he be here tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was playing Altoona.
Well, he was, but he got into an argument with the manager. He said he'd never play that theater again as long as he lived.
What'd the manager say?
That was the manager talking.
Oh, well, Gracie, I'd hoped we'd be alone tonight. There's a question I planned to. I'll tell you what. Let's go for a ride in my new car.
You bought another new car? What happened to your stuffed bear cat?
The man in the filling station admired it, so I gave it.
Jack, what kind of a car did you buy this time?
A Maxwell. But I probably won't keep it long either.
Well, Jack, I can't be gone when George gets here. He's in love with me.
Yeah, so am I, Gracie. Will you marry me?
Oh, Jack, get up off your knees. You'll ruin your new suit.
So what? I'll throw it away. It's old anyway. I've had it since yesterday. Now, Gracie, look,
Oh, that must be George. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Jack Benny, what are you doing down on your knees? I'm proposing to Gracie. But, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You? How could you support her? Who's planning to? Look, Gracie, don't marry this broken-down, vaudeville hoofer.
Well, I think George is a very good dancer. You ought to see him do that adagio dance with his girl partner. It isn't easy to throw a person 10 feet in the air and then catch them.
You said it.
But that girl hasn't dropped George once.
But, Gracie, what future has George got dancing in vaudeville? Vaudeville is dead. It's been killed.
Is that true, George?
Well, you don't expect him to confess, do you? Well, hey, look at I'm a violinist. I can go in that new business called radio.
Yeah? Well, listen to this. I love you, I do. You're the only girl that I adore.
Oh, Jack, when George sings, doesn't it just send you?
Yeah, but not far enough. Now, if you want to hear some real music, listen to this. No, this is called The Flight of the Bumblebee. I've been told I play it very realistically.
Oh, you do, Jack. When you play, it actually sings.
You did say sting. S-T-I-N-K. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, here's my violin. Let's see what you can do with it. Okay. Here's what I can do with it. Oh.
Oh, George, you knocked him unconscious with his violin. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. You might have broken a string.
I'll teach him to try to steal my girl.
Oh, look, he's coming too.
What happened? Where am I?
You're at my house, Jack.
Who are you?
I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these orchids, remember?
I bought all those orchids?
Yes.
I must be nuts. They cost a fortune.
But you're generous Jack the plunger.
Plunger, schmunger. Money doesn't grow on trees.
But, Jack, you always say you can't take it with you.
Sister, if I can't take it with me, I'll find a way to send it. And you'll get a bill for these orchids tomorrow. Good night.
It all comes back to me now, Gracie. From that night on, Jack Benny was a tightwad.
Yeah, it was that blow in the head that did it. George, do you realize what this means? It's our fault that Jack is stingy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, then it's up to us to change him back. Yeah, I've got it. Hit him over the head with his violin again.
Yeah, that might do it. But I can't do that again.
Why not?
Well, we were young guys then. I can't hit a man with gray hair.
We'll take it off.
Beautiful morning. And really, friends, what a beautiful, wonderful morning it is when breakfast starts with fragrant, cheering Maxwell House coffee. How about it? Have you discovered how much more enjoyment there is in every cup of Maxwell House? Do you know why more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the entire world? Well, the answer, of course, is flavor. Yes, rich, heartwarming, good-to-the-last drop flavor that no other coffee gives you. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create it, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With care and skill, they select Monticelli's coffees for mellowness. They add Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees contribute robust vigor. And finally, they round out the blend with Bucaramangas for fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed in the familiar blue tin. Not just days fresh, but roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I had a talk with Dr. Miller, the psychiatrist. He says the blow on the head might turn Jack Benny into Generous Jack the Plunger.
Oh, wonderful.
But he says we'll have to create the same situation we were in 16 years ago.
Oh, but George, he was proposing to me when you hit him. He can't do that now. I'm married to you.
Well, you'll have to pretend that we've split up and that you're single again. You get Jack to give you a date.
Oh, well, maybe he won't do it. I'm not as young and pretty as I used to be.
Oh, Grace.
Huh?
Hmm? Gracie, you haven't changed since the day I married you. You're young, lovely, sweet, desirable.
Oh, thank you, Joe. You haven't changed either.
I haven't?
No, you felt the same way about me then.
Yeah, well, run along and see Jack.
Yes? Oh, hello, Gracie.
Hello, Jack.
I suppose you came over to apologize for George's behavior at lunch yesterday.
Well, no. Why should I care what my ex-husband does?
Ex-husband?
Oh, didn't you know? It was in all the columns.
Well, I haven't been getting the paper lately. The Colemans have it brought right into their house now. So you and George have called it off, huh?
I'm single again. I'd even have a date if a very attractive man asked me.
I'd love to ask you, of course. I'm not as attractive as I used to be. Huh?
Ah, yes, you are, Jack.
Oh, go on. I'm much older than I was then.
Oh, no, you're not. You're still 39. How come you've never married, Jack?
Oh, I guess I've been waiting for you, Gracie. Is there still a chance for me?
Well, maybe. You used to say that the girl you married would have everything. Mink coat, Cadillac, diamonds, and all the money she could spend. Do you still feel that way?
Certainly. That's why I want to marry you. You've got all those things. Gee, Gracie, we were meant for each other. Now, how about it?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. You have to court me first.
Again?
Uh-huh. Call on me tonight and bring the orchid.
But I did all that.
That was 16 years ago.
Well, didn't you save them? You know, they keep forever in the icebox.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have a lot of the things you gave me. I keep them pressed between the pages of the book. You brought me such nice flowers.
I used to bring you candy, too.
Yeah, I wish I could get that book open.
Well, I'll see you tonight, Gracie.
Yeah, well, it's a date, Jack. And be sure to bring your violin.
Okay. Shall we have an evening with Beethoven?
No, come by yourself. Oh, it's worked, George. Jack said he will come courting me tonight, just like he did 16 years ago.
That's great.
Now, we want to duplicate that, not exactly, so you arrive after Jack has been here for a while.
Just a minute. I like the idea of leaving you alone with that old gray wolf. Might try to kiss you.
Oh, George, relax. He's bringing his violin.
So what?
So by the time he carries that over, he'll be all tired.
Well, okay. I'll go down to the drugstore. See you later.
Oh, kiss me goodbye.
Okay.
George, have you been carrying violins?
No, just the rosin. I'll see you. Well, here I am, Gracie.
Oh, Jack, how nice to see you.
Gee, this is just like old times. Do you still like flowers?
Love them.
Well, here you are, baby. Here's enough flowers to fill this room.
Oh, how nice, a package of seeds.
I mean, after all, it's spring. You know, half the fun of flowers is watching them grow and seeing them raise their tiny green heads. Which reminds me, George won't be around tonight.
Yes, Jack, he might drop by later.
Well, I better get down on my knees and propose to you right now before he gets here. Darn it, I'm too late. I heard a door open.
That was your knee. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Oh, Jack Benny. What are you doing down on your knees? Never mind. Just help me up.
Jack was about to propose to me, George.
Well, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You married her once. Give somebody else a chance.
Well, George, if you're proposing, get down on your knees like Jack.
Okay.
Oh, isn't this thrilling? Two fiery lovers bidding for my hand.
George, does this cold floor bother your rheumatism? It's murder. And I found some stuff that's awfully good. Really? What is it? I've tried everything. It's a new liniment. Works wonders. That's for me. My knees have been killing me. Isn't the rainy season just torture? Oh, I must get that liniment. I'll let you try some of mine.
Oh, some fiery lovers. We'll have to honeymoon at the Mayo Clinic. Boy, you're proposing to me, remember? Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie. Where's the... George and Jack Benny down on their knees? What goes on here?
Well, can't you guess, Phil?
Somebody dropped a penny, huh?
Guess again, comedian. Bill, we happen to be proposing marriage.
Well, I hope you'll be very happy together.
Would you like to drop back in about 2 weeks?
Oh, not me. I want to stick around and see who asked who what and what the answer is.
Bill, look, Dimples, we're proposing marriage to Gracie. You see, George and Gracie aren't married anymore.
Gracie, is this true?
Well, yes, Phil. I'm single now, but George wants me to marry him again, and So does Jack Benny. I can't decide between them.
Can't decide between them. Gracie, this is your chance to marry one of the biggest stars in the country, a man with a great future in television.
Yes, I was good, you know.
Not only a great talent, but loaded with personality, charm, good looks.
Blue eyes, don't be a fellow.
Gracie, you lucky girl. This is your chance to marry me.
You? Scram, you're lousing up everything. Pay no attention to him, Gracie. I'm asking you to be the mother of my children.
How many have you got?
None yet, but in a couple of years or so, I'm sure we'll hear the patter of little feet.
Well, marry me, Gracie, and we'll hear the patter of little feet tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Sure, you'll be running back and forth to the kitchen bringing me Maxwell House coffee. Think how happy we'll be, Gracie, with rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee from morning till night.
Well, if you're going to get commercial about this, you can marry me and feel her level best.
Oh, you serve Maxwell House coffee too, huh? Isn't it great, Jack? You know, Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection.
Still, I meant that if Gracie married me, we'd have plenty of lucky.
Lucky?
Yes, what do I work for?
Darned if I know. You got all the money in the world. See, with you can buy Maxwell House by the carload. And Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee. Always good to the last drop. How about it, Gracie? Will you marry me?
Well, I'm sorry, Bill, but it's between George and Jack. But don't feel bad. Whichever one I choose, you'll be the best man at the wedding.
Well, obviously. So lie. How about it, Gracie? How about it? Will you marry me? No, she's going to marry me. But, Gracie, George has no future. I mean, radio's passé. I'll be a sensation in that new business, television.
Well, so will George. In fact, I've heard lots of people say that television would collapse without him.
They said it would collapse without George?
That's right. They said that George single-handed is holding up television.
Yeah, I wonder how they meant that. Look, I know how to settle this, Gracie. I'll serenade. George, hand me my Stradivarius. This violin is a Stradivarius? Certainly. I got it from Sam Stradivarius, the pawnbroker. Oh, Sam. Now, let me have it.
Well, you heard him, George. Let him have it.
I'll be glad to. Oh.
Well, it happened just like it did 16 years ago.
Better. This time I hit him before he played. What happened? Where am I?
Well, you're at my house.
Who are you?
Well, I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these seats, remember?
I brought you a package of seeds? What a cheap thing to do. I'll call the florist and have him bring you $100 worth of orchids. Gosh. And a potted plant for your father here. Oh. Well, let's all go to Ciro's and have a champagne dinner on me. Mum's extra dry.
Hasn't that poor old lady had a drink yet?
Gee, what's happened to me? I'm spending money like crazy, and I can't stop. That's right. You're generous Jack again. Again? You mean I've been this way before?
Well, sure. You used to be generous Jack the plunger. Then George hit you over the head with your violin, and you stopped spending money.
Getting hit over the head with my violin made me stop spending money? That's right.
Jack, put down that violin. Jack,
stop hitting yourself over the head. Jack!
Good things. The easy way. Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee. So good. So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when we will have as our guest Robert Montgomery, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I want to thank you for that magnificent tribute, but weren't you over that big hero you were talking about. Treacherous icebergs, terrifying monsoons. Hey, I've never even trapped a monsoon. Although I saw one once at a zoo.
Jack, you're thinking of a mongoose.
That's what I mean, Don. You see, during the First World War, I was a jerk that happened to be in a sailor suit. That's all. And say, Don, I haven't seen you since we went off the air a week ago Sunday. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, Jack, I'm going to start a picture in a few weeks, so I thought I'd take off some weight working on my ranch.
Oh.
You know, I've lost 2 pounds off my stomach already.
Off your stomach, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, Don, if you look back over your shoulder to see if your heels are run down, on the way you may come across those 2 pounds. If you want to lose weight, brother, you better diet.
I guess you're right. By the way, Jack, what have you been doing since our last broadcast?
Well, you know how tired I was after my illness and everything, so I went to Palm Springs and got out in that old sun for a few days. Don't you notice the tan on my face, Don?
Yes, you do have a nice color, Jack, but what are those round white spots just above your eyebrows?
The white spots? Oh, that's Rochester's fault. He's so careless.
Why? What happened?
Well, you see, I was taking a sun bath, and I gave Rochester $50 to go out and buy me some cigars. And when he came back, I was asleep, so he laid the change on my forehead. 3 dimes. That accounts for the pawn shop effect. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. My goodness, where have you been?
Oh, I took a little trip to Palm Springs. Don't I look good?
I'll say. You look 50 years younger.
You mean 15?
I know what I mean.
Well, I really feel swell. Take it from me, Don, for a healthy vacation. There's nothing like a week in Palm Springs.
Ah, you're right, Jack. It's wonderful. What hotel did you stay at?
Hotel? Well, I didn't exactly stay at a hotel. You see, Don, I sort of wanted to rough it, be close to nature. You know, get right out there in the desert.
Where'd you live, in a gopher hole?
No, I didn't live in a gopher hole.
Don't tell me you went to that same dump you stayed at the last time.
Mary, if you can call the Happy Hour Auto Court a dump, then I give up. In the first place, it's got a nice, homey atmosphere.
Any place you hang your hair is home to you.
Don't listen to her, Don. The Happy Hour is really one of the nicest auto courts west of the Mississippi.
Who runs it, Jack?
I told you, Happy Hour, Miss Hour's brother. Oh, it's a lovely spot.
And it's right in Palm Springs, huh?
Well, it's not right in Palm Springs, is it, Mary?
No, it's closer to Boyle Heights.
It is not. Don, you must have passed it lots of times. Look, when you leave Riverside, you turn off that side road where the barbecue stand is. You know the one that has that little red-headed cashier?
Oh, you mean Babette?
Yes. She's a... Well, anyway, you turn off on that road, and on the left-hand side is the auto court. Oh, you can't miss it.
Oh, I know. It's that place right next to the goat farm.
That's it. That's the place. When there's a west wind, you get $1 off your rent. I only had one lucky night. And listen, Don, if you want to live in a nice, refined place, you stop at the Happy Hour.
But, Jack, isn't it a little too far from Palm Springs?
Why, no. It's only a 10-minute walk.
Go on. It's 15 minutes to the bathroom.
Not if you know the shortcut. And by the way, Don, they have a lunchroom at the Happy Hour, and here's a little tip for you. If you happen to go into the lunchroom, don't order the number 4 breakfast.
Why not?
Because it's $10 more than the number 3. And the only difference is that on the number 3 breakfast, the girl always says, "We're out of ham." But on the number 4 breakfast, she says, "We're out of ham, sorry." I found that out the first day.
Tell them about the waffles they serve, Jack.
Oh, well, that's just a novelty.
What about the waffles, Mary?
They've got numbers on them so you can play bingo till your eggs come.
Listen, Mary, it's those little touches that make Happy Hour's place unique.
Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting on it?
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I feel fine now.
That's good.
But I sure got stinking last night.
Stinking?
I fell in a manhole.
Oh, well, for a minute, kid, I thought you meant you'd been drinking.
Gosh, no. I promised my mother I wouldn't drink till I was 21.
Well, how old are you now?
She won't tell me.
Oh.
Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting on Friday night instead of Sunday?
Yes, it does, Dennis. And tonight we're doing a guest broadcast for a different product, too. By the way, Dennis, do you smoke Camel cigarettes?
I sure do. And before that, I used to roll my own.
Oh, roll your own like a cowboy, eh? That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, the grape nut flakes kept falling out all the time.
Well, I should have my head examined for not telling you to sing the minute you walked in. You might as well do it now.
Are you disappointed in me, Mr. Benny?
No, you're stupid and you came through. That's disappointed. Now go ahead and sing your song.
Oh, pardon me, Jack. Haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes. Hold it, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word from Wen Niles.
Wen Niles? Hey, aren't you a little confused, Jack? We had the Hope Show last week. I'm Ken Niles.
Oh, well, tell me, Ken, are you Wen Niles' brother?
Well, I'm not sure. I have so many brothers. You see, there's Yen, Glenn, Len, Ben, and Titikatum.
Titikatum?
Yes, T is for Titikatum. And also for taste and throat.
Oh, I see what you're getting.
Your own T-zone proving ground for Camel's rich extra flavor and smooth extra mildness.
You mean your mother actually named her children Ken, Yen, Len, Glenn, and Ben?
Yes, Jack. First Yen was born, and Mom said, "Oh, dear, now I've got an awful yen."
I see. Ooh.
And if you, too, have an awful yen for a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camel. Because Camel's extra flavor helps them to hold up pack after pack. Now, after yen came blend.
Blend? What does that mean? Well, I thought Don Wilson was corny. Go ahead.
I don't know what blend means in a baby, but in a cigarette, the blend means everything.
I see.
Camels, of course, are a matchless blend of costlier tobaccos. And that's why they're so cool smoking and slow burning.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, get it back tonight.
Thanks, Ken. And now let's have your song, Dennis.
You could hear a pin drop there in the crowd. One look at you, first thing I knew, I stumbled on a cloud. Softly as a raindrop that's falling from a treetop, I listened to my heart throb right there before you. What a lovely meeting there in the heart. I felt a thrill, one that I still can't brush aside. Say hello, not David. How else has anything explained it? Or you could hear a pin drop when love dropped in.
Yes, sir, that was You Could Hear a Pin Drop sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. Take a bow.
Will I take it?
Oh, sit down. And now, folks, going from the ridiculous to the nauseating. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Sorry I'm late, pal. I bet you thought I'd never get here.
I prayed for it. Well, tell me, Phil, how do you like broadcasting on Friday for a change?
I don't know. How much change am I going to get? That Harriet is phenomenal with a capital F tonight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You corny. But on the level, Phil, don't you think Sunday is a pretty blank day now that all the comedians are off for the season?
What do you mean, all the comedians? Fred Allen is still broadcasting.
Phil, calling Allen a comedian is like slipping a rocking chair under Gypsy Rose Lee and calling her Whistler's mother. comedian. Look, fellas, anybody can get laughed with that stuff Fred Allen does every week. Take that Allen's Alley, for instance. There's nothing to it.
What do you mean there's nothing to it?
I mean, it's a surefire formula. Now, look, every Sunday he goes around, knocks on doors, and asks a question. I'll show you. Give me that clothespin.
What are you going to do, Jackson?
I'm going to put it on my nose and make off like Fred Allen and take a trip to Benny's Boulevard. Now, Mary, you be Portland Hopper. Dennis, I want you to be Socrates Mulligan. And Phil, you're Falstaff, the highbrow poet. All right, Mary, let's go. Wait till I get this clothespin on my nose. Where? That's it. Me. That's it. Go ahead, Mary. Start it.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny!
Well, what is it, Seattle? As the broom said to the dustpan, what do you hear from the mob? I ad-libbed that, folks. I'm always ad-libbing.
Mama says if you don't stop ad-libbing, someday you're going to say something funny and surprise everybody.
Oh, your mother.
Have you got a question for Benny's Boulevard, Mr. Benny?
I certainly have, Seattle, and this is it. Who is the funnier comedian, Jack Benny or Fred Allen? And here we go to Benny's Boulevard to investigate. Well, here we are at Benny's Boulevard.
Is this near Allen's Alley, Mr. Benny?
I can't tell. I've got this clothespin on my nose. Well, let's find out what John Doe has to say.
Oh, it's you again.
Good afternoon. Now tell me, Mr. Doe, do you listen to radio?
Only the commercials. You know what they talk about with the selling.
Well, what about the show itself that follows the commercial?
Well, by the time that starts, I'm already down at the corner buying the stuff.
I see. Then you wouldn't know who's a funnier comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
Nah, all I know is E-O.
I see. Now, Seattle. Now, Seattle, we'll see what Mrs. Nussbaum has to say. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, who do you think is the funniest comedian on the radio?
Well, my first husband liked Abbott and Castellanos.
That's Costello.
And my second spouse is liking Fibber, McGee, and Becky.
I see. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, who is your favorite comedian? Is it Jack Benny?
You should live so long.
Are we going home now, Mr. Benny?
What are you holding your nose for?
Shall I tell them, folks?
Seattle, behave yourself. Now to find out what Socrates Mulligan thinks. He lives right here.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Mulligan. Get this one, folks. Well, Mr. Mulligan, I'm here to stew with you. I'm an ad-libbing fool. Now, Mr. Mulligan, I'm going to name two comedians, and you tell me which one you prefer. First, Fred Allen.
Oh, he makes me laugh.
And what does Jack Benny make you do? Seattle, we're not getting any place.
Try this next house, Mr. Benny.
Okay.
Welcome, friend. Pray do come in. Falstaff's here, and I ain't 10.
You ain't fat either. There I go with another ad-lib. Falstaff, tonight... This thing is killing me up here. Falstaff, tonight we
have a brand new question for you.
That is precisely why I'm here.
That's precisely. Precisely.
I have written a poem.
That precisely was right.
Have you heard? This isn't a blackout, Uncle Mo. You bought that hat too big.
No, I haven't.
Or, I've saved the gloves that Mother wore when she knocked out Gunboat Smith.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. My question tonight is this. Who do you think is a funnier comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
Allen is corny. He's nasal, he's dull. Benny's the same, with no hair on his skull.
But all that I asked was for you to compare us.
For a Socko comedian, just give me Phil Harris.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we wave goodbye to Benny's Boulevard as two pretty waves wave back. This ad-libbing will be the death of me. See what I mean, folks? And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, pardon me. And now... Now, ladies, at least I can take it off. Alan can't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a custom on every Camel program which we as guests are proud to observe. This is it. Time to send thanks to the Yanks of the week, Americans who have distinguished themselves for heroism in the battle area.
To the twin brothers, 29-year-old machinist mates, John and Rolla Cordell of Durham, Oklahoma, who have just been cited by the Navy for heroism aboard the carrier Lexington. In the Battle of the Coral Sea, both the Cordell brothers remained far below decks, in the engine room of the fire-swept and explosion-rocked carrier, refusing to leave their posts, remaining in the darkness, smoke, and heat until they were exhausted. We salute you, first-class machinist mates John and Rolla Cordell. And in your honor, the makers of Camels are sending to our Navy men in the South Pacific 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
On each of the 4 Camel shows, we'll salute another Yank of the week, and on each of them send 300,000 camels to men in his battle area. A total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. Camels thank the Yanks in this country with the 3 traveling camel caravans, which since 1941 have given free camels and over 2,000 free performances to audiences of nearly 3 million servicemen.
in the Sky or Something, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, by the way, Phil, I meant to ask you, were you and your boys playing at the California shipyard over in Wilmington last week?
No, why?
Well, I was passing by there, and I thought I heard... No, I guess they were just riveting. They're very busy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight...
Oh, say, Mr.
We're going...
What? Can I speak to you a minute?
What is it, Dennis?
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but you made a mistake in my check for our last show a week ago Sunday.
A mistake in your check? No. There was no mistake, Dennis. And now...
But you deducted $2.75. What was that for?
Dennis, if you remember, when you sang your song on our program... There was an 8-bar rest right in the middle of it. Any resting my cast does will be strictly on their own time. Sorry, kid.
But that's the way my song was arranged.
I docked the arranger, too. There was no favorite. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Jack.
What?
Here's $1.50. I'm going to the powder room.
Don't be facetious. That's good there, wasn't it? Don't be facetious. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny, Take It or Starve players will present an original detective mystery entitled The Case of the Stolen Dog, or Who Picked Mrs. Pike's Peep. Now, Mary, you're going to play the part of Mrs. Pike, who owns a peak.
Is the peak a pup?
No, Mrs. Pope has a pup. You're Pike with a peak.
Has the pooch got a pouch?
No! Now, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I've got you down for the part of a fat butler.
But remember, Jack, I've been on a diet and lost 2 pounds.
That's what I said. You're part of a fat butler. Now, I will play the lead. Police Captain O'Benny of the Homicide Squad. And, Dennis, you're going to be one of my assistants. And you're going to be hard-boiled and calloused and tough, like I am.
You tough?
What are you laughing at?
You're the only guy I know who has to break a piece of toast over his knee.
Well, I like it real crisp. And, Phil, you're going to be my other assistant.
But I'm a poet, old boy. Have you heard? I brought Dad his pipe and slippers as they strapped him in the chair.
Now, cut that out. Let's see, we got to have somebody to play the part of Mrs. Pike's chauffeur. I know, Rochester. I'll call my house. Mary, give me that phone.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Number, please.
Hello. Give me Crestview 7071.
Crestview 7071.
Yes.
It may take a little time. I'm a new operator here.
That's all right. It's all right, miss. Give me Crestview 7071.
I tried to get a job driving a bus, but they told me I was a streetcar type.
Well, that's too bad. Get me Crestview 7071.
I got a sister working at Lockheed, but do you think she'd think anything about me?
She might. Why don't you ask her? Look at Crestview 7071, please.
I told her last night at supper, Gertrude, you're a louse.
Look, miss, all I want is Crestview 7071. Now, will you please get it for me?
Okay, Blue Eye.
Thank you. Fine service. Got a good mind to call
Hello?
up. Hello, Crestview 7071?
No, this is Hempstead, 3853.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
This is Morrow's Fish Market. I'm new here.
Well, look, I want Crestview 7071.
I'm just working here temporary till my wife gets her strength back.
Oh, well, look, thanks just the same. Look, I want to get Crestview 7071.
Seems funny, me in a fish market. Don't tell anybody.
I don't even know you. Morrow's Fish Market. He wishes he wasn't a fish market. Goodbye. Everybody telling me their trouble. Give me that other phone, Mary. I'll dial the number.
Here you are.
Thanks. Hope Rochester's still awake. Said he wasn't feeling well and might go to bed early. Poor fellow, he didn't look good either. Hello?
Oh, Satchmo, where are you? The party's in full swing.
What?
Josephine, the whole gang are here. Mr. Benny won't be home till midnight.
I see. Well, Rochester, this is Mr. Benny.
Mr. Jack Benny?
Yes.
Oh, get off my lap, Josephine. I gotta think fast.
Now, Rochester, when I left the house a few hours ago, you told me you had a splitting headache and you were going to bed early. What happened?
Ain't my fault, boss. Some of my friends pulled a surprise party on me for my birthday.
Rochester, your birthday isn't until next month.
Well, we gotta get rolling, don't we?
I see. Who all is there?
Well, there's my cousin Sam and his wife.
Uh-huh.
And my friend Sylvester and his sweetheart.
That's 4.
No, 3. This is one of them eternal triangles.
Oh.
Then there's Josephine.
That's your girl.
No, she came with Sam.
I thought you said Sam came with his wife.
That's right.
What's right?
Josephine is Sam's wife.
Now, what is she doing on your lap?
I don't know. Do you want to talk to Sam?
Look, I don't want to talk to anybody. Now, look, Rochester, you lied to me, so that party of yours will have to break up immediately. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Have you heard? There's a candy jam to the Virginia ham. Here comes a fork. I think I'll scram.
Rochester, goodbye.
So long, boss.
Wish they'd stop with those. Have you heard? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, our mystery drama will go on immediately after another song by Dennis Day.
Pardon me, Jack. Haven't you forgotten something again?
Oh, of course. What's the matter with me? Go ahead, Ken.
If that new recruit you know writes that they've sent him after dehedral oil and he can't find it, don't try to mail him any because there's no such animal. And that's why they send recruits after it. Just send him a carton of Camel, the cigarette that's first in all the services, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens, where the men spend their own money for cigarettes. You'll like Camels, too. They do have more flavor, and it's that extra flavor that helps Camels to wear well. Keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery drama, The Case of the Stolen Dog, or Cherchez la Wolf. Take it, Don.
The Case of the Stolen Dog, starring Don Wilson as the fat butler whose jolly exterior hides the mean, treacherous heart of a fiend.
That's not it at all.
The scene opens at police headquarters where we find Captain O'Benny playing solitaire. Curtain, music.
Now, let's see. There's the Jack of clubs. Here's the 7 of hearts. I'll put the 7 of hearts on the Jack. No, that would be cheating. Or should I?
Hey, Cap.
Yeah?
What's the idea of playing solitaire with handcuffs on?
I don't trust myself. I need the ace of spades, and it's up my sleeve. Now, let's see.
Is that the phone, Cap?
It ain't these bell-bottom pants. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, miss? You say there's a peeping Tom looking in your bedroom window from across the street? I'll take care of that immediately. Well, Sergeant Harris.
Yes, Chief.
Pull down that shade. Now, let's see. The 6 of hearts goes on the black king. Oh, I wish I wouldn't do that. But how else can I win? Answer the phone, O'Day.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Now, listen, Lefty. Me and Butch will meet you in back of the First National Bank at 4th and Main in 5 minutes. Bring a hammer and chisel and plenty of dynamite.
You've got the wrong number, mister. This is the police station.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I see Lefty, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Who was that, O'Day?
Wrong number. Somebody wanted me to bring dynamite over to the First National Bank.
Well, if you get a chance, you can... Dynamite? That's robbery, you dope. I'll have to warn him. Hello, operator. Give me the First National Bank at the corner of 7th. Never mind. That's That's the 12th time this year they've blown up the First National Bank.
Once more, and it's bad luck.
Oh, shut up. Now listen, O'Day. I'll take it. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking.
Hello, Flatfoot. Are you busy right now?
No, why?
This is Mrs. Pike talking. I got a job for you.
What's the trouble, Mrs. Pike?
Well, I sent my dog out to get the paper this morning, and some rundown heel stole him.
Oh, what kind of a dog was he?
A Peke.
Where do you live, Mrs. Pike?
On the corner of Polk and Peck.
Fine. Hold everything. I'll be right over.
Well, I'm alone here, so keep those handcuffs on.
Don't worry, madam. We'll be there in a few minutes. And we'll find the crook who stole your dog, or my name ain't...
Calling car 54. Calling car 54. Wipe off your windshield. Someone's stealing your C-card. That is all.
Trouble with safety glass. Can't see through them. Step on it, O'Day, and we'll find Mrs. Peck's pook, or my name ain't... This is the house, men. Let's break down the door.
But, Cap, the door's open.
Well, let's close it and then break it down.
Right.
We're the law.
Good evening, gentlemen. May I take your coats and hatchets?
Who are you?
I'm the fat butler whose jolly exterior hides the mean, treacherous heart of a thief.
You're a butler, that's all. Now, where's Mrs. Pike?
Walk this way, gentlemen.
I wouldn't walk that way if I had 3 feet.
Oh, Captain.
Yes, Harris?
Have you heard? He entered his draft board unafraid because he was chairman there.
Harris, stop it. We got a case to solve.
How about this one? That dentist day to the new toupee, you'll still look young when I'm old and gray?
Now, cut that out. What's the matter with you guys?
This is Mrs. Pike, gentlemen.
How do you do, Mrs. Pike?
Hello, Cap. Let's sit down on the chaise and lounge.
We haven't time for that, Miss Pike. Now, tell me exactly how your dog was stolen.
I told you I sent him out to get the paper.
You always send your dog out to get the paper?
No, I generally said my husband, but this morning he happened to be murdered.
Oh, so the dog went for the paper. Was he excited or anything?
I told you he was murdered.
I mean the dog. Was the dog excited?
No, he just jumped over my husband's body and went for the paper.
Then your husband was lying dead on the doorstep.
Yes, I left a note in his teeth for the milkman.
I see. And if we can find the man who murdered your husband, we've got the dirty rat that stole your dog. Now tell me, Mrs. Pike, is there anything else I should know?
Yes, have you heard? It said the girl with the mug to the Indian thug, let's go steady, and he said, ugh.
Please, Mrs. Pike, I've got work to do. Now, first I'm going to search this house.
Hey, Cap, there's a noise coming from that closet.
Yeah. What's in that closet, Mrs. Pike?
Linen.
Just linen, eh? Well, I'll find out. Just as I thought, a man. What's your name?
Joe Linen.
Well, start talking, Joe. What do you know?
He just got back from a burlesque.
Quiet, Mrs. Pike. Now, Joe, we got the goods on you, so you might as well come clean.
All right. I'll confess. I did it. I tell you. I wanted to do it for years, and I finally done it.
You done what?
I killed Mrs. Pike's husband.
Husband. Who stole the dog? Was it you?
No, please believe me. I didn't even see the dog. It's her husband I wanted to get, and I got him.
Oh, well, there's no use talking to you. Get back in the closet. Now, Mrs. Pike, are you sure that when your dog went out of the house... What was that?
Look, Cap, someone tossed a rock through the window.
A rock?
And there's a note on it.
Let me have it. This may be a clue. Well, I'll be darned.
What's the matter, Cap?
It's a note from your dog. Get this. Don't think I'm lost, because that is folly. I'm just in love with a great big collie. Fine Fido. Well, that solves the case, men. Let's go.
What about Mrs. Pike's husband?
Shall we arrest him? Yes, he'll go to the laundry. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to give this salute from the makers of Camel to the United States Navy But for a while, I was puzzled, too. I asked some of my friends in the Navy what words anyone could say that would stand up to the day-in and day-out Battle of the Atlantic, Macassar Straits, the Coral Sea, Midway, and the Battle of the Solomon. You know what they said? They said, send your salute to the men and women on the jackhammers and the drill presses and the turret blades. Tell them that those are their battle stations. There is where they meet the enemy. Don't give us words, the Navy said. Give us ships and planes. Give us guns and shells. There'll be time for words and cheering when victory comes, and our ships are riding in Tokyo Bay. Now there's time for work and only for work. You're doing a great job. Keep it going. That's the kind of Navy you've got, Americans. Let's back them up with everything we have. Thanks and good night.
This was the second in a series of 5 special programs presented by Camel Cigarettes and dedicated to our fighting forces. Tonight, Jack Benny and Company appeared through the courtesy of their sponsors, General Foods, makers of Grape Nuts Flakes. And tonight's script is by Eddie Boulogne and Bobby O'Brien. Climb aboard the Camel Comedy Caravan next Friday in a salute to the United States Coast Guard, starring Rudy Valley, Dorothy Lamour, Victor Borga, Bill Thompson, who is the old-timer on the Fibber McGee and Molly program, and the King Sisters. Camel Cigarettes bring you 4 great radio shows each week. Tomorrow night, Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. On Monday, it's Blondie. Thursday, Gary Moore, Jimmy Durante, and Xavier Cugat. And next Friday, the Camel Comedy Caravan starring Rudy Valley. And remember, Camels have more flavor. Yes, smoke a pack yourself, and you'll see that Camels have more flavor. The extra flavor that helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Get a pack tonight. This is Ken Niles saying good night for Camel Cigarettes. First in the circle.
Of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's a well-known fact that the residence of Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, and his wife Victoria, is always open house, the keeping of which is a minor miracle. Through circumstances beyond their control, the Halls lost their housekeeper Penny last year. So now it's with great relief that they have at last found a replacement, the highly recommended and notably efficient Miss Louisa Tate.
Toddy, the house is spotless. Everything is where it should be. I can't find a thing. It's all very confusing.
Yes, I know. I anticipated the dangers of immaculate order, so I left a large, clearly lettered sign on my desk. Do not touch. She didn't. And for one so painstaking and thorough, it must have required the greatest restraint.
It did. I was in here when she was dusting. She looked up at me and smiled knowingly and said, well, everybody's different.
Oh, the first thing you notice about our Miss Tate is that she speaks in confounding but crisp crypticisms.
How's that again?
Let it go, darling. I wouldn't dare try it again. But the fact remains that Miss Tate does have a remarkable sense of verbal economy. She's like a squirrel storing up her words for a long winter.
Her brain works so fast, her tongue has given up trying to catch it. She passed me in the hall yesterday and said, the ink spots won't come out, and left. Well, I thought at first she was trying to book a radio singing act into some local club. And then I realized that Lena had brought back my dress.
It's really very flattering, I suppose, Vicky. She just assumes that we know what she's thinking, which is going to be a constant challenge to our telepathic powers. Maybe she has Ivy confused with Duke University, where the study of extrasensory perception is, I'm told, I'll get it, Vicky.
Why?
Why? Well, the front door is just... Oh, of course I forgot. We have Miss Tate now. That's good. Now I can get to work. Professor Underhill of the chemistry department wants my opinion on another article he's written for the Pedagogical Journal. This one has an exciting title. It's called Syntheses and Reactions of Substituted Cyclohexanones.
Oh, my dear.
Yes, I can't wait to get my teeth into it. I wonder who that is at the door.
Well, the easiest way to find out is to ask Miss Tate. Miss Tate, would you come in here, please?
Probably nothing important, but one likes to know, that's all.
Yes, Mrs. Hall. Miss Tate, who is that at the front door? Eggs. After all, what's the back door for? Is that all, Mrs. Hall? But yes, I can't think of anything else. And if you'll excuse me. Of course, most people like them tucked in. I hope your curiosity is satisfied now, darling.
Like them tucked in. I wonder if that was a deliberate ellipsis, a simple dislocation, or a calculated circumlocution.
Yeah, you're not making any more sense than she did.
Yeah, but Vicky, how do you tuck in an egg?
Not that part, you don't. I told her this morning when she was making your bed that you didn't like your covers tucked in at the bottom.
Oh.
Well, she made no comment at the time, but apparently it's still on her mind. I guess she broods about things.
No, I think it's a kind of verbal shorthand.
Oh.
Eggs. That must have been Calhoun Gaddy who was delivering them.
Oh.
And if eggs mean Calhoun, then the back door obviously means that she told him to use the tradesman's entrance in the future.
Oh, dear. We'll have to explain to Calhoun.
Well, we'll have to explain to Miss Tate that he's a friend of ours. And even if he weren't, the back door in this house is used primarily for egress. And if I may digress, since I still haven't oiled the hinges, it's a squeaky egress.
Squeaky egress. I haven't thought of him in years.
Him? Now, Vicky, you could not have known.
I did, though. Of course, his real name was Alistair Megris, but he was in a show with me, and we all called him Squeaky. And you don't believe me, do you?
My darling, to love is to believe. To believe is to...
Is to what?
I'll table that for the moment and gird my mental loins so that I can decode Miss Tate's cryptic report on our next visit. Yes?
Excuse me, Dr. Hall. Now he says he's a student.
Well, he is.
With that accent?
Quod erat demonstrandum.
I beg your pardon.
I made a proposition to my wife, Miss Tate, and you have just demonstrated the proof of it. His name is Calhoun Gaddy.
But the eggs. But he is a student, Miss Tate. He's been delivering eggs to our door ever since he entered Ivy as a freshman last semester. Well, he has an open face.
And every door in our home is always open to him, and the windows, if necessary.
Very well, Dr. Hall. Must be almost 40. I'll show him in.
No, never mind. Calhoun, come in.
Oh, howdy, Doc, Miss Hall. I just come visiting.
Well, about time.
Yes.
Now, I was here a little bit ago, Miss Hall, but that new cleaning lady you got took me for a stranger peddling. She swole up like a toad in a horse track. So I just went away and put on my other hat and come back social this time.
Our Miss Tate apparently functions on a simple association of ideas. With her, eggs were inseparable from back doors. I hope you weren't offended.
Oh, I don't mind, Doc. Well, down in Sabuca, you mostly can't tell the difference between front and back anyhow. Depends on where the shade is and where the pigs ain't. The best way is to notice where the paths wore down the hardest.
Kate is new, Calhoun, and she's still adjusting herself.
Oh, she seems real nice, Miss Hall. She don't talk much, but sometimes from her eyes I did receive fair, speechless messages. If you don't mind my leaning on Shakespeare so early in the morning.
Good. Good, Calhoun. Merchant of Venice. An excellent description of Miss Tate. But, how about this one? She speaks, yet she says nothing. What of that? Her eye discourses, I will answer.
It's Romeo and Juliet.
And Miss Her Eyes had lost her tongue. 12th night, Act 2, Scene 2. Oh, Calhoun, I'm sure you're the only man alive who delivers Shakespeare with his eggs.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself, Calhoun? We haven't had much chance to talk lately.
Yeah, I missed it too, Doc, but I've been busier than a feisty flea working his way through a dog show. Hey, I found out what that buzzing in my head was about. Doc, my budget was unbalanced.
I'm sorry to hear that. I assumed that your egg root was taking care of the present requirement.
Oh, my hens is doing all right by me, but like my Uncle Asian always says, it's a mighty poor bee that don't make more honey than he needs himself.
Oh, yes. Well, your Uncle Asian was probably thinking of his hot biscuits when he said it.
Well, hot biscuits notwithstanding, we're poor indeed if we don't try to do more than just subsist. It's the surplus, the honey, which sweetens our lives. A bee is a wise insect. It knows that being in clover is a means and not an end.
Oh, that's right. And, Doc, when you got a pretty wife like my Glory, who shouldn't be satisfied with just nothing and singing, and 5 little bitty old tadpoles that are just itching to be jumping frogs any day, you need plenty of honey.
Oh, yeah, in your case, honey is money.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Hall. That's putting it plain. That's how come I started on my new project.
New project?
Yes, sir. See, down the way, just a hoop and a holler from my boathouse, there was this piece of land. It was just doing nothing. Just wasting away.
Oh, Calhoun, don't tell me that with everything else you're doing, you started a farm.
Well, God help, Miss Hall. It started out to be just a patch for garden sass, but then some of the fellers in my class come out to watch me. Now we got us a kind of a farm combine. Everybody working and everybody sharing to help pay the way through Ivy. I like to work with growing things, whether it's kids or corn. You got company and I got a flag.
Well, you'll come again soon, won't you?
Oh, you're mighty kind, Doc. And like that man Thoreau said, I wouldn't talk so much about myself if there was anybody else I knew as well. You get to be awful.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall, but he's got such an excited face.
Excited face? Oh, yes. That will be Mr. Wellman.
Is he a student, too? Don't you have any young ones?
I should have explained to you about Mr. Wellman and Miss Tate. Please have him come in.
Yes, Dr. Hall.
Well, I better hightail it on out of here. Bye, folks.
Goodbye,
Calhoun.
Howdy, Mr. Wellman. Well, so long, Mr. Wellman.
Jack, I mustn't know. Keeping me waiting and my business. What was my business? Dr. Hall, who is that? That woman.
That, Mr. Wellman, is a Miss Tate.
A mistake? I should think so. Leaving me cooling my halls in the heel. Heating my pools in the hall. Good morning, Mrs. Heel.
Good morning, Mr. Wellman.
Mrs. Hall, I haven't time to look at scenery. I came to see you, Dr. Hall, because I wanted to tell you a matter of utmost urgency, an issue which must be met with dispatch. As chairman of the Board of Governors, I feel that...
What particular issue, Mr. Wellman, do you feel that...
naturally, what was Gaddy doing here, Dr. Hall? I suppose he came to tell you all about that student back to the farm movement. He's raising potatoes on Ivy property. I warned you about Gaddy. I warned you. Hens and eggs and who knows what next. Probably pigs. Pigs, Dr. Hall.
Lower your voice, Mr. Wellman. With the price of bacon these days, we speak of that animal only in hushed and reverent tones.
Have you seen any pigsties on Mr. Gaddys' new farming venture, Mr. Wellman?
I don't have to. I've seen students in blue jeans. Next thing they'll be taking their shoes off, like peasants, raising grapes and trampling out. Dr. Hall, this has got to be nipped in the bud.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to wait till spring for that, Mr. Wellman. Nothing's budded yet.
Do I have to remind you that permission for such mutilation of Ivy property would have to be granted by the Board of Governors?
No, you don't have to remind me, Mr. Wellman. And now, I know how busy you are. What was it you came to see me about this morning?
This morning? This morning. Well, isn't that funny? No, it isn't funny. It couldn't have been important. And after all, seeing Gaddys here, no wonder. What was it I came to see you about, Dr. Hall?
Oh, I'm afraid I can't help you there, Mr. Wellman.
Why not? What's the matter? Weren't you listening? I usually state my business the minute I come in.
But, Mr. Wellman...
Just don't you forget Gaddys, because I won't. Well, goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Hall.
Goodbye, Mr. Wellman.
Well, what did I come here for? It must have been... No, it wasn't.
I'll take a human trait in Mr. Wellman, a lapse of memory.
Whatever it was he came for, Calhoun Gaddys has now taken priority over it in his mind.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in this matter, Mr. Wellman is right.
Calhoun's project is on university property. That may cause complications.
Yes, you have to get the approval of the Board of Governors, and I'm afraid that might be difficult. They're conscientious custodians.
Yeah.
And even if he does get it, he and his friends won't be able to operate their project and make any profit out of it. Not as a private venture.
All that energy and enterprise for nothing. Poor Calhoun. No honey and no money. Well, maybe he can help you to soften Mr. Wellman's heart. He's used to working in frozen ground.
Voice of America is bringing you this rebroadcast presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
And now to return to Ivy, where Dr. Hall has just come home after making an inspection tour of Calhoun Gaddys' new agricultural development.
Oh, it's you, Dr. Hall. You'll find a list of phone calls on your desk.
Thank you, Miss Tape.
They're all from Mr. Wellman.
Oh, there you are, William.
Hello, darling.
That didn't take too long.
He called 4 times, Dr. Hall. He said he remembered, and you would know what he meant by that.
Well, I don't, but thank you, Miss Tape.
Yes, Dr. Hall. Maybe I'm wrong, but seems to me that if you don't, the blankets will slip off.
Miss Faye still has your covers on her mind, Toddy. Hey, couldn't you change the habits of a lifetime before she develops a dangerous obsession?
Oh, one man's monomania is another man's mere preoccupation.
What do you call it when it's a woman?
If it's a beautiful woman, I call it Victoria.
Well, thank you. Now, come on, tell me what you found out. I'm getting giddy wondering about Gaddys.
Well, I located Calhoun's project, but it's not on Ivy property.
Well, good that he's out of the woods. Mr. Wellman can't touch him.
Calhoun has cleared the woods, but in legal parlance, he's committed a trespass, which means that the owner of the property can evict him and confiscate his crops when they're ready for harvest, leaving Calhoun and his energetic friends with only their calloused hands to show for all the work they've done.
Oh, he's really caught in a net, isn't he?
Thank you, darling.
What for?
Net. I've been looking for weeks for an opportunity to quote Samuel Johnson's definition of a net. Anything reticulated or decusseted at equal distances with interstices between the intersections.
How did you work that into your homecoming speech?
Yes, on my way coming home today, I stopped at the Ivy Title Company, and they're instituting a title search.
What, for your homecoming speech? I bet you can think of better titles than they can.
I didn't mean that. We've got to find out who owns the land that Calhoun's farming.
Oh.
And try to forestall any further complications. He started the kind of cooperative activity that I'd like to encourage.
Well, I think it's wonderful. If you have to work your way through college, this sounds like a nice, healthy way to do it.
Yes. After talking with some of his confederates, I realized that Calhoun has been planting seeds in mines as well as the soil, and good fertile seeds, too. Shakespeare, Emerson, Thoreau. Yes, his farm has become a kind of Walden, a retreat for young men and women who want to put their hands in the earth. after having their heads in the clouds for so many hours.
Well, the campus fad. A tractor is much more sensible than a hot rod, and it's just as nice and noisy. I mean, after all...
Excuse me, darling. Yeah, hello, Dr. Hall speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Tuttle. Yes, did you find out who has title to that property? What? Oh. Yes, well, thank you very much. Goodbye, Mr. Tuttle.
Mr. Tuttle?
Yes, darling, that was Mr. Tuttle of the Tittle Company. I mean the title. Very confusing. He should either take a position with the gas company or change his name to McGillicuddy.
But the blood, which has momentarily drained from your face and has now happily returned, I gather it was bad news. Well, who owns the property?
Who is bad news?
Oh, no, it's not possible. Mr. Wellman?
The impossible Mr. Wellman. Vicky, all we can do for Calhoun now is cushion the shock.
Doc, if I'd known you was going out to look over my project, I'd have put a clean shirt on my scarecrow. Up to now, he's been strictly for the bird.
Well, it was an unexpected expedition, Calhoun. It suddenly became necessary for me to determine the exact location of your enterprise.
Uh-oh. Sounds like there's a storm blowing now.
Yes, a one-man hurricane.
Well, Mr. Wellman was concerned with what he described as a mutilation of Ivy property.
Oh, for crying in a clapper. I didn't know it was on Ivy, Doc.
Well, it isn't on Ivy. It's on private property. True, you've improved it considerably, but I don't know whether that'll make any difference to Mr. Wellman. However, I've asked him to come here this afternoon in the hope that we can solve this problem amiably.
Well, I never noticed anything amiable about him, Doc. He's got a disposition that'd curdle milk. Ornery as a borscht and a barbed wire fence.
To misquote that radio commentator, Calhoun, there's bad news tonight. That property is owned by Mr. Wellman himself.
Wow. Now I know what a potato bug feels like when he's just been sprayed.
Oh, you see, Calhoun, this is not a university issue, and I've no official reason to intervene. But as an acquaintance of the plaintiff and a friend of the defendant, I felt that we might reach a settlement out of court, so to speak, and that will be Mr. Wellman. It's too bad he doesn't have a branch office on our front porch. Or does he?
Miss Kate has been alerted. She's at her backing station.
Well, down home, this is where you light out for the storm cellar. There's a twister coming.
It wasn't necessary for you to call me to tell me to come here, Dr. Hall, because I called you to tell you that I was going to come here because I remembered what I came for this morning and forgot when I got here. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hall. Good afternoon. You, Gaddy, again.
How's your copperosity, Mr. Wellman?
And don't think you're going to get away with it, Gaddy. It's just as well you are here, so Dr. Hall can hear what I have to say to you.
Well, that was the purpose of this meeting, Mr. Wellman. I felt that if we could sit down and discuss the matter...
There's nothing to discuss. It's disgusting. I tell you, Gaddy, I will not stand for. I will not be a party to. I will not permit you to desecrate Ivy.
But Mr. Wellman, that is exactly what
Dr. Hall, are you in favor of plowing Ivy College under?
Mr. Wellman, do you really know what you're talking about?
What?
Have you seen this project of Calhoun's?
No, and I don't have to. I know all about it. Vegetables everywhere, as far as the eye can. See, it has no place on Ivy College.
Obviously, you don't know all about it, Mr. Wellman. It is not on Ivy property.
Has nothing to do... It isn't? But I distinctly... I was told, of course it's on. It must be on. Where is it, Dr. Hall?
It's on your property, Mr. Wellman.
In that case... What? On my property?
Yes, near the boathouse. Calhoun's done a remarkable job of improving it, Mr. Wellman. You wouldn't recognize it with all those rocks cleared away.
That worthless piece of property? 10 years, taxes. I couldn't give it away. My property?
Yes, and now that it's been plowed and ready for planting, why, it might start paying for itself.
Yes. Oh, you don't have to tell me about farms. Mr. Gaddy.
I'm still here, Mr. Wellman.
Well, Mr. Gaddy, I think we two might make some kind of arrangement.
Well, now, Mr. Wellman, I have never been a tenant farmer yet. I've seen too much sharecropping to care about it. I don't know.
Wait, Mr. Gaddy. I am a great believer in cooperative enterprise, and I feel... But no need to bother Dr. Hall with this now. After all, it's a private matter.
Mr. Wellman, I'm delighted that you approve of what Calhoun and his friends are doing. But I still have certain misgivings.
Forget them, Dr. Hall. Everything's taken care of.
Have you considered the fact that Calhoun and his fellow farmers will only be with us for 3 more years?
Yes, and then there's the prospect of your land becoming a tax burden to you again.
Yes.
So it has occurred to us that if the Wellman-Gaddy Farm Combine is successful, perhaps it can best be perpetuated by deeding the property to Ivy College as an experimental agricultural station.
Dr. Hall, are you suggesting that I...
No, I just want you to think about it.
I don't have to think about it. I can say yes as loud as any man. Yes, Dr. Hall. I agree with you. A magnificent idea. I was just about to think of it myself.
Mr. Wellman, do you know what you're saying?
Surprised you, didn't I? Thought I'd say no, just on principle.
Well, at the Board of Governors meeting yesterday, when I proposed an increase of research assistants in the physics department, you did say no on principle. That's what you said, Mr. Wellman.
Of course I said it. And that's just what I came to tell you. This morning and this afternoon. And thank you for reminding me. I changed my mind about the research assistants, perhaps.
Oh, but that's twice in one day, Mr. Wellman.
Yeah, I know. I'm having a complete checkup with my doctor in the morning. I don't seem to be myself these days.
Well...
And they don't thank me, Dr. Hall. I'm just as pleased about all this as you are. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Hall. You're looking well. Good day, Dr. Hall.
Good day.
Are you coming, Cal?
Coming, Clarence.
Goodbye. Well, that was the prettiest picture I ever saw of a man trying to scratch his ear with his elbow. He didn't even slam the door. Well, after all, Pygmalion made over Galatea and Svengali cast his spell on Trilby. And you, look what you did to Mr. Wellman.
Oh, not me, Vicky. Taxes. No, it wasn't even that. No, Mr. Wellman too often conceals his virtue in his anxiety to prove it. He loves Ivy as much as any of us.
Yeah, I know he does, but you must admit he has the oddest ways of showing it.
Yes, the trouble is that with him, resisting change is a reflex action. He'll maintain a position even when he knows it's no longer valid. Being tradition-bound is more serious than being muscle-bound. And when you... You know, Vicky, perhaps Miss Tate is right.
About what?
Perhaps they should be tucked in.
You're not throwing in the sponge.
Well, it's not defeat to admit you're wrong. Why, Vicky, if Mr. Wellman can haul down his flag, the least I can do is to tuck in my covers.
Same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colton.
To the hallowed halls of Ivy, every voice will bid farewell, and shimmer off in twilight like
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. With Dink Trout, Charles Dant of the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis singing Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems in all of my dreams I walk with my arms about Linda. Ah, what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the lovin' I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while. Then I would get to know Linda. Ah, miracles still happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. Oh, miracles still happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, just about the last person in the whole world you'd suspect of being up to something devilish is the husband of our young hero's landlady. Loyal, dutiful, steady, fearful Mr. Anderson. But his daughter Mildred has been far from satisfied with her father's behavior during the past week, and so this morning she's decided to broach the subject to her boyfriend, Dennis Day, in his room.
Dennis, what are you doing?
Oh, listening to the radio.
To the radio? Oh, I don't hear anything.
I know. Fred Allen's on.
Well, turn it off. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Dennis, have you noticed anything odd or unusual about Dad lately?
Your dad? No, Mildred. Why?
Well, he's been acting strangely all week.
Gee, really?
He hasn't been near Mother for whole days at a time.
And besides that, he's been acting strangely, huh?
We hardly ever see him anymore. By dinner, he barely gets through the first course before he disappears somewhere. I don't understand it.
Me either. He certainly should be used to the food by now.
It isn't the food. My father's up to something.
Oh, gosh, you really think so?
I do. Dennis,
You don't suppose... Oh, no. No, it's impossible.
Well, that's silly. Nothing is impossible. What were you thinking of?
Another woman.
Beg pardon, I was wrong.
Of course, it's utterly fantastic.
Ridiculous.
Still...
Yeah, it's spring, and you know what they say about young men and their fancy.
But Dad's not a young man, Dennis.
Well, sometimes even his type runs across something fancy.
You really think it might be an affair d'amour?
Oh, I don't know whether she's French or not.
But you do think he might be interested in another woman. Oh, Dennis, I can't believe it.
Me either, really.
But, Dennis, we've simply got to know the truth.
Yeah.
If it's what we suspect, we might be able to break it up before Mother hears about it. Think what'll happen to her if she finds out about my father.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes either.
Now, look. Daddy's in the next room. You're going in there and find out what he's up to.
You mean right now?
Yes, only for heaven's sakes, be tactful. If you're not subtle about it, he won't tell you a thing.
Okay, I'll kind of ease into it slowly. I can be pretty sly, you know.
Oh, good. I'll wait here for you. Go on now.
Morning, Mr. Anderson.
Morning, my boy.
What do you think of the Russian situation, Mr. Anderson?
The Russian situation? Why, it's pretty complicated.
Yeah, and do you know that half the population of Russia is women?
Naturally.
How's your love life lately?
My what?
Mr. Anderson, I'm going to put my cards right on the table. I suspect you of going out with another woman.
And that... Dennis, have you ever seen me with another woman?
No, sir.
No. Have you ever heard me mention another woman's name or seen me even look at another woman at any time?
No, sir.
Well, then?
Where are you hiding her?
I'm afraid we're discussing a pleasant impossibility. Now, believe me, it isn't so.
No? Then where do you rush off to every night after dinner?
To the public library.
Aha! Now we're getting somewhere. A beautiful librarian, huh?
Dennis, in the Weaverville Library, the only thing you'll find well stacked are the books.
Well, what do you do at the library, then?
Well, now, if you'll promise me to keep it a secret, I'll tell you.
Oh, sure. I promise.
All right. Now, I've been looking up some old newspaper files. You see, I've been writing a story.
A story?
That's right. I've already sent it to True Story magazine, and they want to publish it.
Gee, what's it called?
The Romance of Herbert Anderson.
Fiction, huh?
You have just put your finger on the horrible problem that I now find myself faced with. You see, True Story magazine positively insists that every word they print is the absolute truth.
Oh, and you didn't make your romance true.
No, I made it interesting. Now the magazine is sending a man here to authenticate my story before they publish it.
Well, can he find anything false? I mean, just what did you say?
Well, I described myself as a man of 50 with a desirable wife.
You're dead.
I could get by with that, but you see, as an added touch, I mentioned our children.
Oh, one daughter could hardly be considered children, huh?
Exactly.
Well, maybe you could say it was a little mistake that you lost count.
Well, hardly, because I described the other child in considerable detail. A boy, I said it was. A brilliant boy who less than a year ago had received his doctorate from Harvard.
Gee, you are in a mess. When will this fellow from True Story be here?
Well, this afternoon, according to the wire I got.
This afternoon? Gosh, even if Mrs. Anderson presented you with a son right now, he could never get through Harvard in time.
Well, not a hard school like Harvard, no.
Well, let's not give up yet, Mr. Anderson. There's got to be a way out of this thing somehow.
Oh, I hope so.
Now, don't you worry. I've got a brain, and Mildred's got a brain, and between our two brains, she's sure to think of something.
So that's all it is.
Oh, I think your father's in pretty big trouble, Mildred.
Yes, but there's a way to get him out. That is, if you're willing.
I knew you'd think of an idea. What's this one? A state or a federal offense?
Well, it's very simple. Daddy has to produce a son for the man from True Story magazine. All right, you're the son.
Me? Mildred, this thing's got to be realistic.
But it is realistic. You're the right age, aren't you?
Yes.
Then you're the son he wrote about. A brilliant young man with a college degree.
It is here that I feel we are veering toward fantasy.
Nonsense. Now, look, you told me the boy was a doctor.
Yeah.
All right. You go down to Dr. Hopkins' office.
Huh?
I'll send the man from True Story there, and when he arrives, he finds you wearing Dr. Hopkins' coat and sitting at his desk.
He also finds Dr. Hopkins beating my brains out, doesn't he?
Oh, no, because Dr. Hopkins won't be there. Somebody's made him go out on an emergency.
Who?
You.
Oi.
All you have to do is tell the doctor someone's desperately ill. Pretend you're in a panic.
Oh, that I can handle easily.
Oh, good. And when the man from True Story gets there, you're the doctor, see?
But, Mildred, really,
you can do it. Forget right now about being a soda clerk and start thinking about your new career.
I am. Goodbye, Willoughby's drugstore. Hello, Alcatraz.
Come in.
Dr. Hopkins.
Yes, boy, what is it?
An emergency, Doctor. My sister.
Your sister?
Yeah, she's doubled up in agony. Her face has turned green, her teeth are falling out, and she's got a temperature of 109.
What?
Yeah, we think she's sick.
Good gracious. Has she been in this condition long?
Since January.
January? Why do you come to me now?
Well, today she started to complain. Could you go right away, Doctor?
Yes, of course. What's your address?
120 Cedar Road. It's out in the middle of the woods, 10 miles from here.
Good heavens. How could you have picked such an out-of-the-way spot?
It wasn't easy.
Wait, I'd better call the hospital and have them drive me over in the ambulance.
An ambulance?
Of course, yes. The driver will find the place.
Doc, it's beautiful out. Why don't you walk?
Don't be a fool. I'll go over to the hospital and pick up the ambulance there. And you stay here and watch the office for me till I get back, understand?
Yes, sir. Gee, it worked like a charm. This must be one of my abnormal days. Oh, gosh, what do I do now? Maybe it's Mildred. Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Hopkins' office, but... What? Your wife is about to have a baby, and what should you do? Well, humor her, I guess. Let her have it. Mister, what a thing to say. You ought to have your phone ripped out.
Did you get rid of the doctor?
Yeah.
The man from True Story's on his way down the hall. Quick, put on that white coat and put the stethoscope around your neck. Hurry now.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. I'll sit behind the screen where he can't see me.
Come in.
How do? I'm Mr. Weems of True Story magazine. They told me I could find Mr. Anderson's son here.
Yes, I'm Mr. Anderson's son. Dennis Day is the name.
Dennis Day? Your father's name is Herbert Anderson and yours is Dennis Day?
Yeah, he didn't want people to call me Junior.
That explains your first name, but what about your last?
Well, Daddy's a fellow takes no chances at all.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I want to welcome you to my office and assure you that...
Your office?
Sure.
On the front door it says Dr. Hopkins. How come?
Let's let that one ride, shall we? I may think of something later.
Better come up with it now. I have a feeling I may not be here long.
Well, I just bought Dr. Hopkins' practice, and I haven't had time to take his name off the door yet. Hey, pretty good, huh?
Yes. But why did you buy a medical practice?
Oh, you know me, the man in white. It says right in Dad's story that I got my doctorate a year ago.
Yes, but your doctorate wasn't an M.D. It was a law degree from Harvard Law School.
A law degree? You mean I'm a...
Try to guess.
A lawyer?
Good boy.
Yeah, of course I'm a lawyer. I was just having a little joke, that's all. Pretty funny, don't you think? You bet, yes, sir.
If you're a lawyer, why have you got on that white coat with a stethoscope around your neck?
Oh, that's easy. When I chase ambulances, I like to dress for it.
I see. And all this equipment? What would a lawyer want with an X-ray machine?
Oh, you'd be surprised how it turns up the hidden clauses in contracts.
And I suppose you use that examination table when you examine witnesses.
Yeah, it helps me weed out the habeas corpuses from the corpus delicti.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
I hope so.
You don't expect me to swallow this, do you, Mr. Day?
I'd be terribly grateful.
Well, you do have some awfully novel ideas for a lawyer.
Yeah, they come when I least expect them.
You and Clarence Darrow, eh?
No, I like to work alone.
Who has a better right? Well, Mr. Day, True Story magazine, as you know, prints nothing but the truth. So until I can check on this matter elsewhere, I suggest you plead nolo contendere, so to speak.
Oh, I will. I'll plead just what you said.
You're not familiar with that common legal phrase?
I'm a Harvard man, Mr. Weems. We'd hardly learn common phrases there.
Yes, naturally. But you do understand Latin, of course.
Oh, of course. I'm simply Odelay with Attenlay.
You are indeed loaded with something or other. Well, goodbye, Mr. Day. Let's not do it again real soon, shall we?
Dennis, is he gone?
Yeah. You know something, Mildred? I have a feeling he didn't believe a word I said.
I'm afraid you're right. But there's nothing we can do now but hope for the best. Don't lose confidence.
Oh, I won't. But just in case, when you get home tonight, would you bake me a cake with a file in it?
Oh, no, Dennis, you must.
Uh-oh, he's back again. Quick, behind the screen.
Okay.
Come in. Now, look, Mr. Weems,
Stand still, Doc. This ain't a water pistol I got in my hand. I need a doctor.
But...
You're coming with me, Doc. The boss needs you fast, and he needs you bad. A car just went past him, and now he's got 2 bullets in his stomach.
Gosh, I realize that drivers are always thinking up new things to do to pedestrians, but...
Come on, get your things on, Doc. I ain't fooling.
No, wait. You're making a mistake. I'm not a doctor.
No? Then what are you doing in this office with a white coat on and a stethoscope around your neck?
Oh, I was trying to convince someone that I was a lawyer. Sounds weak, huh?
Doc, I'm warning you for the last time. The boss needs someone to pick those bullets out of him.
And if I refuse?
You go anyway. Then you and the boss can pick the bullets out of each other.
I see what you mean. You're an excellent salesman.
Thank you. Now, are you coming?
Yes, sir. Only, what if I weren't a doctor?
I'd blow your brains out, mister.
Call me Doc.
Come on. We wasted enough time. Our hideout is the old Foster place on Pine Hill. Here's your little black bag. Now, come on, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Dennis, my poor darling. I've got to do something. But what? They're killing those horrible men. He'll be dead. And that fellow he takes the bullets out of, he won't do well either. Oh, I just got to do something. The Foster place on Pine Hill.
Well, here he is, Chief.
Oh, good work, Sam. Oh, Doc, you're just in time. These bullets went awful deep in my stomach.
They did?
Yeah, my head is split.
Boy, that is deep.
You better get right to work, Doc. I can't stand this pain much longer.
Look, mister, at the risk of my life, there's something I got to tell you.
Shut up, you, and get busy if you want to live. I'll take his pulse.
Huh?
You heard me. Take his pulse.
Really, I don't think we should remove it in his condition.
What are you talking about? All you got to do is feel it.
Oh.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and feel his pulse.
Yes, sir. If you'll find it, I'll be glad to feel it.
Oh.
Never mind the pulse, Doc. A blood count is more important anyway.
A blood count?
Yeah, go ahead. Take one.
Oh, I don't have to. I can tell without counting them that you have fewer than you used to.
You know something, boss? I think you're in trouble.
You're telling me. But the heat's on, Sam. We got to get out of here. Oh, go after those bullets, Doc.
I'll tell you what. Let's leave them in. A lot of iron and bullets, you know, and the system requires iron to...
A fine time to be making jokes. Go on, examine his stomachs and see if you can locate them slugs.
Okay. Steady now, Chief.
Ow!
Ticklish?
You fool! He can't stand that. Come on, give him an anesthetic.
An anesthetic?
Yeah, sure. You got something to put him to sleep, ain't you?
Well, I could read to him if you want me to.
Are you crazy? You must have brought some ether with you in that bag. Let me see. Yeah, sure, here it is.
Gee, I'm glad I remembered.
Okay. Now I'll pour some on my handkerchief and give it to him. There, that ought to do it. All right now, Doc. You call for your instruments, and I'll hand them to you.
But I...
Call for your instruments.
Okay. Knife. Smelling salts.
You're going to give him smelling salts?
They're for me.
Well, see that you don't need them, understand? Now, what else do you need?
Forceps. Band-Aid.
Band-Aid?
Gotta leave him looking neat afterwards, don't we?
For crying out loud, Doc. Quit talking like a fool, will you, and start operating.
Really, mister, look...
Did you hear me?
Yes, sir, but I can't operate on this man. I'm not
Start operating.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's that? Open up in there! Okay, you. Stand where you are and get your hands up. The cops.
Gee, just like David Harding, counter-spy.
Dennis, are you all right?
Mildred and Mr. Weems. Sure, I'm all right.
Well, what do you know? Sam McNulty and Scarface Fudnick. We've been wanting these boys a long time. Congratulations, Doc.
Well, so you've given up law and taken to medicine again, eh, Mr. Day?
Gee, Mr. Weems, I bet you think I'm flighty, don't you?
He knows you aren't a lawyer, Dennis, or even Daddy's son.
Yes, and of course we can't use Mr. Anderson's story.
Oh?
But it's quite possible that we can print the story of how you captured these gangsters single-handed.
Gosh, really?
Yes. Only remember, Mr. Day, this is True Story Magazine. We want the plain truth and only the truth.
Oh, sure. Well, it was like this. I was all alone in the doctor's office when all of a sudden 10 men armed with Tommy guns and cutlasses jumped me. I fought like a demon and I was winning easily when all of a sudden one of them whips out an atom bomb. Well, naturally, I couldn't do much against that, so I waited my chance and then I went after the whole army. I hit one guy with a left, another with a right, and a third...
No, the story of how Dennis Day routed the gangsters will not be found in True Story magazine. But the story of Dennis's life, entitled Okay, I'll Talk, definitely is in the current issue. True Story magazine on sale at all newsstands.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up on a rain-soaked college boy who doesn't seem to know it's raining. Raining cats and dogs, in fact. A friend comes up and says,
"Come on, snap out of it, Tom. Don't you know enough to come in out of the rain?"
Well, what difference does it make, pal? I'm all wet anyway, according to Sal. She just read me a thunder and lightning act that was a beaut.
Oh, so your sugar left you standing in the rain, did she?
That's about it. But when it comes to telling me why, well, Sal's the original Miss Clam.
Well, rain in the face, I'll tell you something. What you want to do is make a dash for your dentist, Tom.
And here's what Tom found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the current favorite, I Want to Thank Your Folks.
Express how I feel, confess and reveal my love. I want to thank your folks for making you the dream that you are, and tell them what a swell job they've done of raising the one I love. Do you recall the birthday party they gave you when we were just a couple of kids? Well, suppose they hadn't thought of inviting me to see what I have missed. And here's my thanks to you for making all my love dreams come true. But darling, to be perfectly frank, I really must thank your folks. Do you recall the birthday party they gave you when we were just a couple of kids? Well, suppose they hadn't thought of inviting me to see what I have missed. And here's my thanks to you for making all my love dreams come true. But darling, to be perfectly frank, I really must thank your
Everybody.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Lovely Joan Bennett is another famous Hollywood star to rave over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, the new cake makeup sensation. Joan Bennett says, I'm wild over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake. So clever, so practical, with a makeup sponge in its own moisture-proof compartment right in the compact. Yes, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, for the first time, brings you the makeup sponge right inside the case. Buy the new cake makeup sensation, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, at cosmetic counters today.
Ladies, keep right on saving used fats and oils. Turn them into your dealer and he'll pay you more for your used fats and oils. Mrs. Burns-Smith reminding you that daylight saving time becomes effective in certain areas on April 27th. This may change the time at which the Dennis Day program is heard in your community. Please check your local paper for the time at which this program will be heard next week and each week thereafter.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, the sportsman, our guest star Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring Mel Blanc.
There's no business like show business like no business I know. Everything about it is appealing. Everything the traffic will allow. Nowhere could you get that happy feeling when you are stealing that extra bar. There's no people like show people. They smile when they are low. Yesterday they told you you would not go far. That night you open and there you are. Next day on your dressing room they've hung a star. Let's go on with the show. Even with a turkey that you know will fold, you may be stranded out in the cold. Still you wouldn't change it for a sack of gold. Let's go.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
I just got back from a vaudeville show. Let's go on with the show.
Well, there's plenty of excitement today in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. Mel's running the local community chess drive, which is having a big affair tonight in the local auditorium. Right now, he's being interviewed by Willie Murdoch, a reporter for the town newspaper.
Gee, Willie, it sure is nice of you to write a story about me.
Well, that's all right, Mel. Now, let me take some notes. Tell me something about yourself, Mel.
Oh, nothing ever happens to me.
Led a very interesting life. Then what happened to you, Mel?
Well, when I was 16, I went to work in a candy factory. I was in the chocolate-covered nougats department. I put in the nougs. You see, somebody poured the chocolate, I put in the nougs. Somebody poured the chocolate, I put in the nougs. Then I was promoted.
Oh, yeah?
Somebody else put in the nougs, and I poured the chocolate. Well, 1 year of that, and I developed a sweet tooth. Her name was Sadie, and I almost married her.
You almost married her?
Yes.
Had narrow escape from disaster. And then became a big executive in an oil company.
Hey, look, Willie, you're not taking down anything I say.
Mel, if I put the story in your way, who would buy the paper?
I would.
You would. Mel, who else is helping you on the community chest affair?
Well, there's my helper, Zuki.
Zuki?
Yeah, he's at Mr. Colby's house right now, trying to round up some refreshment.
Well, what do you want, Zuki?
A case of soda, some ice cream. You got any chairs?
Sit down, Zuki. I'll be glad to help.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Colby. Hey, you know, this is a big job for Mel.
Yes, and I'm afraid it's too big for him. After all, Mel is just a little potato, but he is a sweet boy.
Yeah, he's kind of like a little sweet potato.
Well, what do you suppose Mel would like, Zuki?
Can you bake a cake?
Not very well, Zuki.
Oh, it's easy. You see, you take some flour. You take a quart of milk, You take it to do two eggs. You buy one in the bakery.
How would you like it if I brought some assorted pies?
I could go for that.
Oh, wait, here comes my daughter Betty.
I could go for that. I like pies.
Hello, Zuki.
Hello.
Well, you're all spruced up today, aren't you, Zuki?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to look good tonight.
Zuki, I never noticed it before, but you're handsome.
Hey, you know, Betty, you have a nice... Well, I love you. You got a very cute little name. I love you. Oh, South America, don't take it away.
Betty, Mel sends Zuki over for some refreshments for the community chest affair tonight.
Oh, gosh, Father, I have a whole box full of stuff I prepared. I meant to tell you about it.
Oh, gee, Betty, you're sweet. No wonder Mel is so crazy about you.
Is he really, Zuki?
Oh, yeah. Mel is so crazy about you that when he goes to sleep, he doesn't count sheep jumping over the fence. He counts you.
Zuki, you mean he counts me jumping over a fence?
Yeah. Last night he was counting, and all of a sudden he ran out for some bandages.
What was the matter?
He said you tripped. Thanks for everything. Oh, wait till you see the entertainment tonight.
Entertainment?
Yeah. We got a special guest coming to help us out. But I mustn't tell you who. You see, I wrote a play especially for the
occasion.
Thanks.
You wrote a play all by yourself?
Yeah, that's right, Betty.
Well, is it good?
Good? Oh, it's sensation. It's colossal. Wait till you hear it.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Your romance will be a bursted bubble if you have that breath of trouble. Do you think you could be a victim of this breath of trouble? I mean, unpleasing breath? Why not be on your guard? Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, a full moon has brought a lovely evening to Mel Blanc's little town. Perfect weather for the community chest benefit, and everybody has turned out. Right now, Mel is milling through the crowd, greeting all his friends. Well, there he is now, talking to Mr. Cushing, the president of Mel's local lodge, the Ancient Order of Benevolent Zebras.
Hello, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Oh, greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
It's a wonderful party, Mel. Wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
Say, I want you to meet my wife.
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Say, Mel, the refreshments are wonderful.
Good.
All except that chocolate layer cake. That's terrible.
Oh, but Mr. Cushing...
It's almost impossible nowadays to get cement, and a woman has to use it to fill a cake.
Oh, but Mr. Cushing...
You know, I pity the poor guy that has to stand for that cooking day in and day out.
Mr. Cushing...
Who baked it, anyway?
Your wife.
Well, I gotta be going now. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo.
Hello, Mel.
Ugga. Hello, Mr. Brown. I'm glad you're here. How are you feeling?
Oh, not so good. I can't sleep tonight.
Drinking too much coffee?
No, I can't sleep on account of milk.
Well, gee, if you can't sleep on account of milk, why do you drink it?
Oh, I don't drink it. I deliver it.
Well, nice to see you, Mr. Brown. Excuse me now. I've got to start the entertainment. Oh, give me a fanfare, Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here tonight. We're ready to start our show with Victor Miller and the Sportsmen playing and singing the hit songs from Annie, Get Your Gun.
When you're out with the honey in the pale moonlight,
you don't have to come from a great big town.
Not to go picking berries in an evening gown.
That comes naturally. My Uncle out in Texas can't even write his name. He signs his checks with excess, but they cash him just the same.
They're canceled.
Grandpa Dick was always sick, but never saw a doctor. He just died at 93, doing what comes naturally.
Say that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful, so they say. And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful, so they tell me. I can't recall who said it. I know I never read it. I only know they tell me that love is grand. And the thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way. So they say.
Still, I think I'm a lucky guy. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night.
No mansion,
got no yacht. Still I'm happy with what I got. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Sunshine gives me a lovely day. Furthermore, a mess of moonlight gives me the Milky Way. I got the sun, I got the moon. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Yeah, with the sun in the morning and the moon in the evening, I'm quite all right.
Thank you very much, boys. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise for you. My assistant, Zuki, has written a special playlet for this occasion. It is his own amusing interpretation of the discovery of America in 1492 by Columbus. In this playlet, I am Columbus, and we have a very special guest who came here just to help us out in the play. So, here we go. Take it away, Victor.
It is the year 1492. Our hero Columbus and his weary men are approaching the shores of America. History is in the making.
Columbus, look, it's land. Still land.
Pardon me, I thought you said ham. How much can you act?
So it is, land. Stand fast, men. We are approaching the shore. Columbus, someone's coming over here. It looks like an Indian.
Yes. My. He looks ferocious. I'd better advance first and sound him out. Greetings, noble warrior. How do you do?
You are an Indian?
By the shores of Gitche Gunye. Well, I look like Mickey Runye.
But I thought that Indians wore feathers.
You want an Indian or a chicken?
Indian, you speak English very well.
That is most practical. You see, when I was born, I was very young.
How unique.
I was such an itsy-bitsy kiddie. Everybody came from miles around to look on my puss. Of course, the odds were against me. Because nobody could tell what I was.
Well, what happened?
And would you believe it? Till this very day, nobody discovered... Anyway, let's not waste any time. I'm an Indian, and I got a messenger, and I'm an Indian messenger, and I'm bumming the script up. I have a very big letter for you, sir.
A letter, huh? Say, what's that papoose on your back?
He handles the postcard.
What's your name, Indian?
Me?
Ugh. And what's your name, little papoose?
Me, good Junior.
Little beaver. Redskin, can you find us a place to rest?
Are you kidding? It's impossible to find a wigwam these days. Are you a veteran?
A veteran? What's that?
That's a man who's looking for a place to live.
Well, anyway, Indian, can you tell where north is?
Most of course. It's very simple. You see, we Indians have a system. First you put your finger up like this. Just like this. Then you wet the point like this. And as the wind is blowing from the east, you got to be careful you don't catch pneumonia. Because if you are catching pneumonia, you are going west, young man. And this means the north and the south will have nothing to do with you. Of course, this every Indian knows. You see what I mean?
Oh, sure.
Now explain it to me.
Well, anyway, you brought me a letter. What does it say?
White man must stop stealing Indians' land. Yours very truly, Iroquois Real Estate Company.
Well, Indian, go back to your chief and tell him we are here to stay.
Okay. But I warn you, if you are still here at 9 o'clock, we will make big war. Remember, the battle begins at 9 sharp. If I'm not back, go by yourself.
Vespuccio.
Yes, Columbus.
I'm afraid this is going to throw a terrible fear into the men. They're all worried.
Worried? Tell them not to lose their heads.
That's what they're worried about.
Right there, Bush.
Hey, wait a minute, Indy. You're not due back here until 9 o'clock.
I just came back to remind you we're on daylight saving time.
Columbus, what time is it?
It's 9 o'clock. Fill in our glass, drip, drip.
Columbus, this is no time to joke. The Indians are coming and the men are too afraid to fight.
Men, you can't let history down. The eyes of the world are upon us. In Spain, they're saying we're discoverers of a new nation. In England, they're saying we're men of iron. In France, they're calling us brave defenders of the world of tomorrow.
What are you here from, Brooklyn?
Stand back, everybody. It's the Indian.
Who's an Indian? I'm Jesse James.
You want to know something? You sound just like the Indian.
I feel like him, too.
Well, what do you want, Jesse James?
I came here to help you build a railroad.
Why are you so interested in building a railroad?
I got the hold-up concession.
Indians are shooting. That's very funny. That's very funny.
What's very funny?
There were no guns in 1492, were there?
Say, you're right. They used a bow and arrow.
That's better. Up! They got me. They got me.
Gosh, one tip and it hit you in 5 places.
It's something new. An atomic arrow. Oh, I'm dying. Partner, I'm dying.
You're dying?
I'm dying. I'm going to join Cleopatra. I'm going to join Salome. I'm going to join Madame Pompadour.
But you're dying. What are you so happy about?
Silly boy.
Mel, because of you, the community chest benefit tonight was a tremendous success. You were wonderful, darling.
Well, Zuki had a lot to do with this. His play was really fun. And, Betty, you were swell to help, too.
Oh, I was glad to help, Mel, and so was everybody else.
Gosh, I'm awfully glad. It's wonderful when people help each other out. That's what the community chest is for. Remember, folks, don't give till it hurts. Give till you feel good. Good night, folks.
This is Marty Houston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath of sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
And here's the Fred Allen Show, presented by the makers of Tenderleaf Tea and Shepherd Cheese. As the sun mounts higher, the glasses get taller on the American table. It's iced tea time. Time to enjoy iced Tenderleaf tea this year more than ever. You not only get finer tea, richer flavor, but you get it in Tenderleaf brand tea at the same low pre-war price. That's good news, cause for celebration, because you'll be drinking more tea now. And all through the hot weather, you can economize, cool off the thrifty way. The best part of it is that this low price applies to the tea that Ice made famous. It's famous for flavored Tenderleaf tea, exactly what iced tea calls for. The more flavor you have to start with, the more pleasure you'll find in your glass. So get Tenderleaf tea. It's more than a match for the melting ice. All through the month of June, grocers are featuring Tenderleaf tea. When you see those displays, stock up. Ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea. It's still the same low pre-war price.
It isn't Jinx and Tex, kiddies.
The makers of Tenderleaf Tea and Shepherd Cheese present the Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Ozzie and Harriet, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, Al Goodman, his orchestra, and my name is Kenny Delmar. Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate Father's Day, we bring you a man who, for the next half hour, will make things pop. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny, I heard that, your opening remark there. Rather a dank get-off, I must say. I heard you say Father's Day, and here is a man who will make things pop. Tell me, frankly, where did you get that gag?
Well, a friend of mine used to be an epitaph writer, and last week he became a gag writer.
Oh, he wrote that Father's Day will make things pop, Joe?
Yes, Fred.
Kenny, your friend is still an epitaph writer. I have seen jokes die, but this one was too quick for me, brother. As you open, that's the sponsor, don't mind. As you trying to set the trend, you know. About that joke dying, Kenny, as you opened your mouth, I looked in. That joke was on your tongue, lying in state. Well, after this, old boy, the gags will be told by
Mr. Allen.
Well, Portland. Take
Portland, you just missed it. Kenny started the program with an hilarious joke about Father's Day.
Animals don't respect their fathers on Father's Day.
Oh, really? How do you know?
I saw a little puppy today.
Yeah?
And he was licking his paw.
Licking his paw on... licking his paw on Father's Day. Well, tell me, where did you get that lackluster rejoinder? Wait, let the few literate people... Where did you get that lackluster monstrosity, I might say?
Frederick Kenny's used to be an epitaph writer.
Enough. I heard about the party. He'd better send some pallbearers around and carry his 2 gags off the premises. Tell me, Portland, what's new this week?
Well, Mama took me to see Roy Rogers' circus. It's wonderful.
Oh, really?
Thunderhead, Slicker, and Smokey are appearing in person.
3 horses, eh?
Oh, they had to have 3.
Well, why?
Everybody knows New York is not a one-horse town.
Well, New York only has 1 mayor. Yes, you see, that epitaph writer wrote that in when no one was talking. Tell me, what other attractions does Roy Rogers have?
Well, he has one man, Montana Max.
Montana Max, huh? Cowboy?
He jumps from a horse onto a steer...
Watch that ad-libbing. I mean, don't throw the script away, you know what I'm saying.
He jumps from a horse onto a steer's back.
Yeah.
Then he wrestles the steer all over the ground until he throws it.
Gosh.
Montana Max couldn't appear, though.
No.
He had 4 ribs broken.
Oh, throwing the steer?
No. Going up to the polo grounds in the subway.
Well, that'll do. See, just imagine old Roy Rogers with his own circus. You know, I used to know him when it was Rogers and Hammerstein, way back then. What else is new, Portland?
An archaeologist says that 18 centuries before Columbus discovered America, the Phoenicians were here.
Oh, that's ridiculous. What makes you think the Phoenicians were in this country?
If they weren't here, who made all those Phoenician blinds?
I enjoyed that. I just take time out now while I revel in that one. Well, tell me, what do you... While you're giving that joke back to Kenny's friend, the epitaph writer, I've heard about him. He won't say anything good about you unless you're lying down. He's a real old... I think I'll start for Allen's Alley, Portland.
What is your question tonight?
Well, recently a food authority reported that American cooking was becoming increasingly popular in other parts of the world. And so our question is, do you think American cooking is the best in the world?
Shall we go?
As Johnny said on the Philip Morris program, I think it's time to make my call. It's sure good to be back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, I guess the senator's home all right. Look, his mule has his shoes off. He's relaxing in the hammock. Can't tell the mule from the senator, except the senator doesn't wear harness. Well, let's knock.
I see somebody prodded my panel.
Well, yes.
Claghorn's the name. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Why, you been away, Senator?
I was up in Canada with little old Harriet.
Yeah?
Son, I never seen such a welcome.
As
we crossed into Canada and they fired that 21-gun salute, tears come to my eyes.
Tears?
All that shooting reminded me of my wedding day.
What did you do? What did you do in Canada, Senator?
I went up to that city that was founded by a Southerner.
A city in Canada founded by a Southerner?
Montreal. I seen some of them northwest mounted fleets.
Yeah?
I sent regards to Nelson Eddy.
He'll be glad to hear from you. You must have had some trips.
Yeah, well, Canada's the farthest on-south I've ever been.
Oh, really?
It sure opened my eyes.
Canada did?
I thought animals was running the country. They got people up there.
Oh. Well, this will be news to a lot of folks. Tell me, Senator, what is your reaction to American cooking?
Well, son, the South used to have the best cooking in the world.
Used to have?
Since 1929, we in the South ain't been able to cook.
Well, what happened in 1929?
Well, Herbert Hoover said, I'll put a chicken in every pot.
And since 1929, nobody in the South has had any chickens?
Son, since 1929, nobody in the South has had a pot.
Well, so on. Well, I guess the senator was trying to pull my leghorn. Well, let's see how Mr. Moody reacts.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Well, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about American cooking?
Why, if it wasn't for cooking, I'd be a single man today.
Oh, really? What happened?
Well, when I was young and full of blare and gobble...
Yeah?
Why, I owned the only beaded pocketbook in Hoosick Falls.
The only beaded pocketbook, huh?
Yeah. Girls was always inviting me to parties.
Well, why?
Why, when we'd play post office, a girl would call my number.
Yeah?
I'd go out into the dark hall.
Uh-huh.
She'd ask me to light a match and show her my beaded pocketbook.
Oh, I see. Well, didn't you like any of the girls?
Well, one was a looker.
Yeah?
Her name was Serena.
Uh-huh.
She was slung together mighty nice.
Yeah?
I says, you for me, sister.
Don't give way, Mr. Moody.
Well, sir, after we'd been keeping company for about 9 years...
Yeah?
One night, Serena says, Titus, you can lean your head back on my antimacassar anytime.
Serena was getting serious, eh? Well, what were your intentions?
My intentions was honorable, but remote.
Oh, I see. Fine.
Next night, Serena, she says, surprise, Titus.
Yeah?
I cooked you up a bean tansy.
A bean tansy, yeah?
Yeah, it was the first pudding Serena ever cooked.
I see.
Well, I ate the bean tansy and drunk 2 crocks of crabapple cider.
Yeah?
Next thing I know, pain started shooting through my innards.
Yeah?
I doubled up and slipped out of my chair.
Well, how did you get married?
Why, I was kneeling on the floor.
Yes?
Serena thought I was proposing.
Proposing?
I let out a moan. Serena says, I do.
Well, tell me, how is Serena's cooking today?
Since that bean tansy, Serena's only cooked one thing.
One thing?
Yeah, my goose. So long, Bob.
Well, let's try this next door.
How to do this?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, that is a mighty pretty gown you have on there.
Oh, thank you. It's mine cocktail dress.
Oh, cocktail dress?
On the sleeves, you can see the olive stain.
Oh, I see. Well, I didn't know you went to cocktail parties.
We are only living once, Nussbaum.
Oh, that's
Well, why not enjoying? C'est la vie.
C'est la vie.
Life is only a deep breath. You are exhaling, it is gone.
How true. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about American cooking?
You could eat in by any other nationality cooking.
Uh-huh.
Ultimately, with something American, you are finishing the meal.
Finishing the meal? Well, how do you mean?
Well, you are eating Italian, real scallopinkas.
Veal scallopinkas? Yes.
You are eating Chinese, egg fouillanco.
Egg fouillanco.
Or you're eating Mexican enchiladas.
Uh-huh.
You are eating French, crêpe lard Suzette.
Crêpe lard Suzette. No matter what country's food you eat.
Always you are concluding the meal with something American.
And the something American is?
Alka-Seltzer. Thank you.
That brings us to a little shamrock-covered shandy at the end of the alley. Well, let's arouse Mr. Cassidy.
Who's making all the fun?
How do you do? Well, Mr. Cassidy, how are you tonight?
Oh, terrible. Oh, my right leg is so heavy I can't lift it up.
Your right leg is heavy?
Oh, it's full of iron, pig iron.
Oh, that's silly, Ajax. How can your system get full of pig iron?
We've been eating pork chops.
Oh, Ajax, like the Pepsodent Summer Show, you are hopeless.
I'm not long for this porridge.
Well, tell me, Mr. Cassidy, how do you feel about American cooking?
American cooking, says you. The only Native American food is the hot dog, the hamburger, the Eskimo pie, and the popsicle.
Well, I know that.
The great American stomach is becoming nothing but a repository for Howard Johnson. Me boy, the hot dog and the hamburger made me what I am today.
And what are you today?
A vegetarian.
Vegetarian?
Oh, the Irish are all vegetarians.
You mean they have no meat?
The only steaks we have in Ireland are the sweepstakes.
But,
the poor man's favorite food is the potato. Ah, the Irish avocado.
Yeah. And you say that you are a vegetarian?
I'm a true vegetarian, me boy.
What is that?
Well, now, a true vegetarian is a man who will order a beautiful boiled salmon just to get the little sprig of parsley on the salmon's stomach.
And you are a true vegetarian?
Oh, to me sorrow, to me sorrow. I carried me vegetarian tendencies too far.
How?
I married an old tomato. Good boy.
Aided by Al Goodman and his employees, the Broncos sing, I do like you. Girls?
I don't like men. Women I don't like to. Do I like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. Do. I don't like milk. Spinach I don't like to. I don't like anything that's good for me, but I do like you. Am I mad? No, just my attitude has always been very unconventional. Do I care? No, if you think I am strange, it is intentional. I don't like men, women I don't like to. I think that I don't even like myself. Maybe silly, but it's true. Baby, you're the one exception. I do like you. I don't like men, women, I don't like to. I think that I don't even like myself. It's silly, but it's true. Baby, you're the one exception. After all is said and done, I do like you. You're the one.
Now, to remind you about an important topic.
One topic that never loses its fascination is good food and how to enjoy it. This is pleasant news for all you women who've been saying food bills are so high, or I do wish things would come down. Shepherd cheese has come down from 17 to 24 cents a pound. Yes, you get more for your money now when you say Shepherd. S-H-E-F-F-O-R-D, Shepherd, for fine cheese. Shepherd has made it possible for you to save money on that fine bodybuilding protein food, cheese. That's certainly satisfying news to all you people who are turning to Shepherd cheese for quality, for flavor, for really fine eating. And just remember this new reason to look for Shepherd when you shop for cheese to melt or spread or slice. So here it is. Prices on Shepherd cheese are lower. You save from 17 to 24 cents on every pound. So stock up on Shepherd cheese in half-pound or 2-pound packages and on Shepherd cream spreads in glass. Remember, you save money every time you say Shepherd. S-H-E-F-F-O-R-D. Shepherd for fine cheese.
Since Maestro Goodman started playing these abbreviated numbers, all of his fan mail arrives written in shorthand. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yes, Portland?
This mail just came.
Fan mail coming in as we're acting here, going along? Well, what is it?
This first postcard says, Mr. and Mrs. Gowenthal of Far Rockaway are celebrating their golden wedding at Patty's Clam House.
Yeah.
Please play the anniversary song.
Well, wait a minute. We don't play requests on this program, Portland. Send that over to Jack Eigen at the Copacabana. Tell me, what are those other postcards you have there?
Oh, they're vacation cards from Jack Benny, Bob Hope, and Red Skelton.
Gosh, do I envy those fellows, those chaps, Portland. Benny, Skelton, and Bob Hope, all away enjoying their vacation.
Are you going away this year?
Not me. I learned my lesson last summer.
What happened?
Well, last June, I saw an ad in the newspaper. Quiet, restful room in lovely suburban home. We'll rent for 1 month, $50. Right, Mr. Oswald Nelson, 1847 Rogers Road. Well, the ad read wonderful. So I wrote to Mr. Nelson, and 2 days later, I started out for 1847 Rogers Road.
Ozzie?
Yes, Harriet?
The postman just left this letter for you.
Oh, for me? Who's it from?
Well, the return address says F. Allen, NBC, until July 1st. After that, make me an offer.
NBC. Who do I know at the National Biscuit Company? Dear Mr. Nelson, arriving Monday afternoon.
Harriet, it worked.
Ozzie, what are you
Darling, what is it you've been dreaming about? What is it you've wanted more than anything else?
Fingernail polish that'll stay on.
No. I mean the trailer Mr. Thornberry's been trying to sell us for $50.
Ozzie,
Now we can take that camping trip we planned at Lake Tehachapuku.
I don't get it.
Well, it's simple economics. We need $50. David and Ricky are away at camp. Their room is empty. I put an ad in the paper. A Mr. F. Allen wants to rent a room. When we get Mr. F. Allen's $50, the trailer is ours, and it's Lake Tehachapuku. Here we come.
Ozzie, you're mad. Bringing a complete stranger into our home? A man from NBC yet.
But, Harriet, $50.
Ozzie Nelson, you are not turning our home into a motel.
Oh, Harriet, forget the commercial side of it. Think of the humanitarian side. The housing shortage. This poor, decrepit old man holding his feeble hands out to us for a haven. Harriet, we can't deny it.
Well, Ozzie, for a whole month.
Chin up, Harriet. We'll get the trailer. This must be Mr. Allen now.
Well, before you open the door, Ozzie, let me peek at him through the window.
Well? What happened here? You're trembling.
Ozzie, he looks like the ghost of John Caravan.
Coming. Pardon me, is Mr. Oswald Nelson in?
Yes, I'm Mr. Nelson. You must be Mr. F. Allen.
Fred Allen. You received my letter?
Yes. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. Oh, this is what I like. This house has such a home-like atmosphere for a motel.
Motel? I beg your pardon.
This is my wife, Mr. Allen, Harriet. I mean, this is my Harriet, Mr. Allen.
Well, how do you do, all of you? How do you do? And now, folks, before I make any decision, may I see the room you advertised?
Oh, you'll love it, Mr. Allen.
Yes.
It's large and roomy.
Ozzie, I still don't like
Harriet,
the idea.
please.
But, Ozzie, a man from NBC in our children's room.
Mr. Allen, excuse me. I want to talk to my wife.
Oh, surely. What a lovely conch shell you have here on the highball.
Darling, after all, remember the trailer. Second honeymoon at Lake Tehachapuku.
Oh, well, okay. Ozzie, why don't you show Mr. Allen the room?
Oh, good girl, I will. This way, Mr. Allen.
Oh, thank you.
You can bring the conch shell with you, I see.
Thank you.
Fascinating.
Listening to the ocean.
Right in here.
Small noise. The Dead Sea, I think, was at this. This is the room?
Yes. Be careful of those rollers.
Oh, yes.
Just climb over that bicycle.
Yes.
I'll have those turtles taken out of the bathtub, of course, and that bubble gum will all be scraped off the pillows, and the tom-toms will be taken off the bed.
My, this room looks so restful, Mr. Nelson. I'll take it. This is just the place to soothe my jangled nerves.
Yes, you do look jumpy.
Yes.
Do you always shake like that?
Yes, I'm on the radio.
Oh?
I have my own program every Sunday night.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Funny.
Mm-hmm.
We tune in every Sunday night.
Yes.
Said your name is Felix Alfred?
No, it's Allen.
Felix
Fred.
Allen.
No, not Felix. Fred Allen.
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen. Uh-huh.
Sunday, first we listen to Jack Benny.
Yes.
Then Phil Harris.
Yes.
Then Charlie McCarthy.
And then
we have dinner. And after dinner, we listen to the Manhattan merry-go-round.
Oh, you do? Mr. Nelson, some night during dinner, if you leave your radio on loud enough and you're not eating celery, you may hear my program.
Oh, well, I doubt it. We have celery every Sunday. But you look rather tired.
So Mr. Nelson, one thing before you go.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Do you rent this room American plan?
American plan? Sir, I'll have you know everything in this house is American. During the war, I was an air raid warden. I buy a bond a week. I have a picture of President Truman on our piano. Our flag is out every holiday.
Then the room is?
It certainly is American plan.
Well, fine. Here's the $50 for my month's rent.
Thank you. Well, here's the key. For the back door, you can let yourself in.
I'll be very careful. Thank you.
Harriet.
Yes, is everything all settled?
Yes, it is. You know, for a second, I felt like throwing this $50 in Mr. Allen's face. He had the nerve to ask me if his room was American plan, questioning my patriotism, me, an Eagle Scout.
Well, dear, American plan. American plan means we have to give him his meals with the room. Ozzie, you didn't.
Harriet, I did.
Oh, 3 meals a day, and the price of meat going up every minute.
Oh, but after all, how much can he eat? He's in radio. He must have an ulcer. You'll
see. Wait till he comes down to breakfast tomorrow.
Yeah, he does have that mush and hot milk look.
And maybe he doesn't eat at all. Like the camels who consume their humps. He can probably live a week on one of those bags under his eyes. Darling, I'm taking this $50 next door to pay Thornberry for that trailer. Lake to Hatchapuku, here we come. Good morning, folks.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Oh, up early, aren't you, Mr. Allen? Yes, I didn't want to miss breakfast. Oh, fine. Just sit right down here. Harriet and I are just splitting an orange. Split that orange 3 ways, Harriet. No orange for me, thank you. Doctor's order.
Well, what will you have, Mr. Allen?
Well, for breakfast, I generally have just a glass of lukewarm water, and I nibble down to the first knuckle on a lady finger, as a rule. So, Harriet? But since I'm on my vacation and living American plan, I'll have a double order of Wheaties, 6 poached eggs, a 6 slab of fried ham, 2 coffee rings, and 3 dozen donuts. Well, Mr. Allen, isn't all that food going to be a bit of a shock for your stomach? You're right. I'll cushion the blow with a bowl of strawberries and extra heavy cream.
Is that all?
Yes. I think that will hold me, providing I have a substantial lunch later.
Mr. Allen, excuse me for asking, but do you eat this way at home?
Well, frankly, no. I can't afford it. And now, shall we start breakfast? Forget my half of the orange, Harriet. I'll just take half an aspirin.
I'll take the other half. Ozzie, look at these grocery bills. Donuts, $42, and it's only Thursday.
$42. That's a lot of donuts.
Yeah. Every one has been eaten by this boarder of yours, Alan, son of Flicka.
If only he wouldn't take those long walks between meals to work up an appetite.
Now when he goes on those walks, he takes donuts with him.
Last night, watching him eat that double filet mignon with the donuts on top, I got so nervous I choked on my crust of bread.
We've got to get rid of him. Give him his money back.
But, Harriet, I haven't got the $50. I paid Thornberry for the trailer.
Ozzie, Alan has got to go. He came here for a rest. Well, from tonight on, he's not going to sleep a wink.
That's an idea. I'll go up to the attic and pound on the ceiling of his room all night with a broom handle. Has he gone to bed yet?
I think so. I just heard the icebox door close.
Quick, Harriet, the broom.
Ozzie, you look awful.
I haven't slept for 2 nights. Oh, if we could only get rid of Alan.
All he does is eat and sleep.
Thursday night, I pounded with that broom all night.
He came down in the morning and said there was a woodpecker on the roof calling his mate.
Friday night, I stood in front of his door for 8 straight hours playing my saxophone.
Every neighbor on the block called the police.
And Alan, he'd just wake up long enough to yell out a request number and then doze off again.
Ozzie, I refuse to spend another day in the kitchen cooking. I got dishpan hands clear up to my elbows.
Oh, please, Harriet, it's only 3 more weeks.
I don't care if it's only 3 more minutes. Alan goes today. The method is up to you, and remember, a wife can't testify against her husband.
I hear footsteps. Oh, good morning, folks. Gad, what a day. The usual breakfast, Harriet. 8 poached eggs and 3 dozen donuts.
Ozzie, this is the last straw. Remember what I said. Today.
But, Harriet, you young married people with your little love spat. Mr. Allen, frankly, things have reached a crisis. Now, when Harriet comes back, Oswald, just kiss her. Ask her to forgive you. No, I mean about your staying here. Well, I'm having a wonderful time. Gad, I can't understand it. I've gained 70 pounds. No, it's the kids. You see, Dave and Ricky. You see, they're coming back from camp unexpectedly. Yes, that's it. And they'll need their room, so you'll have to go. Now, wait a minute, Nelson. Just a minute. I paid you for 4 weeks American plan, $50. I know, but Mr. Allen... However, I happen to be a reasonable man if I'm not wanted here. Mr. Allen, you mean you'll go? I will go, but I will expect to be reimbursed. My railroad fare here, the cost of my vacation at some swanky resort for the next 3 weeks. I want money for 3 dozen donuts on my trip, and Mr. Nelson, I'll take the cash right now. Cash. Where can I get the cash? Harriet, he's gone. Mr. Allen's gone.
Oh, Ozzie, quick, let's pack.
Pack?
Sure, hook the trailer on our car. Wake the Hatchapuku, here we come.
Harriet, about the trailer.
Ozzie, we do have the trailer.
Yes, Harriet, we do have the trailer, but...
But what?
Well, to get the money to get Alan out of the house, I had to sell the car.
Ozzie!
Lake the Hatchapuku, here we stay. Before I remind you, remember 10 a week, and 7 Tuesday shopping days next week. Making a farewell radio experience of the season, Dr. Rockwell. Thank you and good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.